Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 8th installment of Logs of the Lobotomized. Tonight, I thought I'd let you all know of a new development. I'll be taking a short vacation soon. Unfortunately, my mother almost ruined my plans by nearly filing a missing persons report. And in order to prevent my plans from being ruined, I must take the time to visit with her. While this is definitely frustrating and causing me such aggravation, I must make certain I don't lose my precious writers. I thankfully will have my first writer watch the rest of them for me while I'm gone, but be aware, I am always watching, and should anything go awry, I will be certain to exact severe punishments for anyone who decides to disobey me and attempts to run away from me while I'm away. I will be gone for 3 streams, as I'll be away from the 26th of June to the 6th of July. Just so you are aware, I will have a special stream when I return, so don't be sad while I'm away. I promise to have extra special treatments for you all. Enough about my plans. Let's talk about why you've joined us tonight. You may have been brought here against your will, or you may have voluntarily committed yourself, or even just visiting. But while you are here, allow me to entertain you. You certainly can't leave. At least for now. While you are here, allow me to introduce myself. I am Beyond 5150, the impatient of this asylum, and I will be your sovereign of the spine-tingling, your master of the macabre, your purveyor of the petrifying. I am your god of all things terrifying. I'll tell you stories you'll wish you've never heard. Try as you might, you won't find your happy place here, so welcome your current circumstances and just accept the hair rising on your neck, your chills and goosebumps. Oh, and there is no milk and cookies. Now, sit back, relax, and wait for the doctor to call you back. Our first little story comes from another excerpt from one of my writers. I'm kind of beginning to think she's leaving these pieces of her journal for me to find. Perhaps to show that she's making some changes to her own mindset. I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm believing that she is who she's proclaiming to be. I guess we'll continue to see as the days go on. But at this point, I believe I've finally made an impact, shown her the truth of all things. So we'll read this little excerpt from her journal and see what she thinks. Things at the asylum have been weird lately. Apparently, Beyond 5150 has family, like parents and siblings and all, which is weird because for a while I was convinced he was just this lone weirdo. What's even weirder is somehow his mom keeps in contact with him. The last couple of days he's been carrying around this letter and ranting to himself about, "Ma can't know. How do I keep her from coming? How do I stop her? I can't hurt Mom. She can't know." I've finally convinced him to let me see the letter. Well, it took some bribing him with stories and a mouse tale or two, but he let me read it. Apparently, his mom hasn't heard from him in like 6 months, she said. She was worried, and this was the longest they'd gone without talking since he was released from the inpatient care. And that if she didn't hear from him soon, she was going to file a missing persons report. I can see why he was stressed. With us all, these riders locked up here, and the amount of dead bodies, it would be a very bad day if the police showed up. He was so upset, I couldn't help wanting to help him. So I convinced him to take that trip to see his mom, and show her he was fine. He had to use my credit card to book it, which he's conveniently hidden from me, but his flight is booked, and being locked up here, it's not like I can really use the card anyway. I wonder if being here means I don't have to worry about the debts he's racking up in my name. Well, what does this mean, though? He's going to be gone from the 26th of June to the 6th of July, so no streams will be happening while he's gone, which is great for me, because my hand has been cramping from writing so much. I am worried about him leaving Victor behind, though. He's been getting kind of crazy and has been chewing on his straitjacket straps. I really hope the impatient leaves us some snacks. Well, seems she is paying closer attention, and it does appear that she will be reliable while I am gone. Obviously, I've made certain that I can find each and every one of my riders should anything go awry. And if anything should, well, we'll come to that bridge when we need to. But at this point, I think we'll just move on to our stories for the evening. My first story comes from a new author I've spoken with, goes by the name Jackson Arthur. I went ahead and placed all of his information in the description, so you're more than welcome to look up the author, read his stories, and enjoy them. The story is titled, "My Suicide Attempt Revealed Something Impossible and Horrifying." As I sit here waiting for the pills to do their job, my butt on the floor, my back against my bed, I think about my husband and the night we met. My bedroom is empty, quiet, and the silence allows my memories to be loud and vivid. I want to say that the night I met my current husband, Nick, has been the best, most important night of my life, but I don't want to risk sounding corny. No, I want to avoid any cliches. I do tend to enjoy a Daniel Steele novel or a romantic movie on the Hallmark Channel now and then, but I try not to confuse those types of stories with real life. People, mostly women like me, invest in those kinds of cheesy love stories because we wish that our lives would work out in the same way. I like to occasionally take a peek into a fluffy fantasy at the ways I wish life actually was, so I could escape what life actually is. Deep down, to be honest, I wholeheartedly want my life to follow those same lights and shiny storylines. A soulmate found on Christmas Eve, or a forbidden romance that evolves into everlasting love. But it hasn't. It never will. My life has never followed a romantic script. It has never been a festive tale, an organized series of wacky events that maximize those cozy and heartfelt emotions, while also ending the so-called happiness forever after. My life is real, and real life sucks. Real life it's trash. Many years before I met Nick, I had married a man named Roger. I was 19 years young and still a little wet behind the ears. I was naive, to say the least. Roger had taken it upon himself to introduce me to the cold reality that exists outside of fantasy. He did so with a mixture of callousness and indifference, mainly by using his fists or other solid objects to beat it into my body and my mind. He was personally and brutally forced that jagged pill down my throat, forcing me to swallow that bitter truth. Looking back, I can't say why I stayed with such a toxic human being, or why I endlessly endured emotional, physical, and sometimes even sexual abuse for as long as I had. Maybe after my girlish dreams were shattered, I figured that my marriage to Roger was somehow how life was supposed to be for me. My new, cold reality had possibly numbed me, making it impossible for me to hope or wish for something better, at least for a while. I did finally escape that first marriage, though. After another hospital stay and yet another miscarriage, I managed to crawl away from it, beaten and broken, no longer young and far from naive. However, I could not deny the one lesson that Roger had taught me, even if it acted against all the fantasies and dreams of an innocent girl. Life, especially mine, would never be bound by fate or end in true happiness. Thinking about my first marriage still gets my heart racing and my pulse pounding. I can almost hear my rapid, aggressive heartbeats echoing off the walls of my empty bedroom. I take a deep breath and try to calm down, but it doesn't work. Closing my eyes, I stay with the memories that are flowing rapidly through my brain. In time, I came to terms with the loss of my innocence, as I'm sure every adult had to at some point. It was all a part of growing up, I guess, but also it left me detached and floating aimlessly for many years, untethered to anything real or meaningful. I wasn't lost, but I also wasn't found. I just simply was. Back in middle school, I had a best friend named Chrissy. Growing up, she and I were inseparable. Two scrawny, skinny girls glued together at our mutual bony hips. We were almost like two parts of a single person. During the summer between 6th and 7th grades, Chrissy's dad took a new job south in North Carolina. Without warning or a moment to cope with the change, my best friend was gone. One evening, my marriage to Roger a few years in the rear view, I found myself thinking about Chrissy, something I had not done in a long time. On a whim, I searched for her on Facebook, not really expecting much for the effort, yet there she was, happy and smiling, and married to a military man named Sean. Browsing through her pictures, it was easy to see that Chrissy was satisfied with her life, fulfilled, glowing in ways that part of me envied. I wanted my life to fill me with that same amount of light, illuminate me with the same amount of joy. In less than a week after contacting Chrissy, I took off on a road trip to visit her. It was about a 9-hour drive to get where she lived in Camp Lejeune, and even though I was bone tired by the time I made it to her house, Chrissy and her husband talked me into going out to the bar that night. It was karaoke Wednesday, something they both like to do every week. I wasn't one to sing badly in front of an audience, but a cold beer sounded good after such a long trip. The bar was a quaint little dive, and the singers, including Chrissy's husband, Sean, they weren't all that bad. It was fun. We were there for less than half an hour when Sean's best friend Nick showed up. He was stopping by after a work shift so he could meet some girl he had been texting on and off for the previous week. I instantly thought Nick was cute. I will admit, the first thing I noticed was his sexy bald head. I was never into bald guys, but the lack of hair somehow worked in his favor for some reason. He wore glasses and also appeared to be slightly shy in a bashful sort of way. The girl, whatever her name had been, was loud and obnoxious. I did not like her at all. I pulled an act of dominance and bought Nick a beer, instead of hoping that he might eventually buy me one. The other girl, what's her name, wasn't very happy about it because I had grabbed Nick's attention away from her. It wasn't long before I packed everything that I owned and moved to North Carolina to be with him. That single beer helped to start a conversation between Nick and I that lasted until this day. Nick isn't a white knight sent to rescue the damsel in peril, and he is far from being a perfect human. He has his anger and his depression, like everyone else. The way that we met at that dive wasn't like any bubbly, glitter-covered event out of romance comedy. It was real. Our marriage has been far from perfect, full of rocks and bumps in the road. Like I already said, I had given up on those girly fantasies long ago. Nick isn't a hero, true, but that didn't matter. It doesn't matter because there is one important aspect about him that has always been obvious to me. Nick is not, and will never be a Roger. What I began to feel started to go against everything that I had been saying so far, but I couldn't help myself. I dared to dream again, a little bit anyway. Nick completed me, or at least he came pretty damn close to it. It was exactly what I'd been looking for without realizing what I'd been looking for. He wasn't a fantasy, he wasn't a dream. He was dirty and raw and very, very real. After we got married, and a while everything was going good, I slipped up momentarily and began once again to believe in happy endings. In a short time, my Facebook was looking a lot like Crispy's page. Glowing smiles, a filled life, my world filled with that same bright light. But of course, I would once again be reminded that happy endings are bullshit, and that life is trash. I hate this. All of this bullshit. I want to scream to hear my voice fill the empty bedroom. Emotions burn inside me like a furnace, causing me to feel hot and uncomfortable. My forehead is drenched with frustration, and a bead of sweat makes its way into my right eye. It only burns for a second or two, long enough for me to wipe it away. Nick and I desperately wanted to start a family. We tried diligently to become pregnant for nearly a year, almost giving up at one point before we finally got a positive result. I was so happy. And Nick was over the moon. My light, our light, had become even brighter than I had believed possible, even in my younger, innocent years. Until Roger's lesson returned to me, like a ghost from the past, and I once again was forced to choke down that same jagged pill. The pregnancy was validated, and our baby had a heartbeat. I heard my baby's heart beating on the ultrasound, strong, powerful. My little Jack, my little man. But my little man hadn't been able to make it to my uterus. Instead, he was stuck. Trapped. The doctor told my husband and I that previous trauma and miscarriages has caused scar tissue to form, making it impossible for any fetus to make it beyond my tubes. Little Jack would never live, nor would any other baby he tried to create. With the insistence of my doctor, they went in and removed everything inside of my body that fully made me a woman. That was about 2 weeks ago. I'm home from the hospital and mostly healed now, at least physically. Nick is pulling away from me. In small ways at first. He's quiet when I'm around, and he gets irritable when I try to speak to him. He doesn't comfort me or even touch me anymore even when I'm in pain. He works a lot and is away from home more and more often. I've let him down. Nick wants to be a father more than anything else, and I can't give that to him, no matter how much I want to. It will never be complete without it. Our marriage will never be whole without it. There will always be something missing, and there's nothing that I can do about it. One day, probably any day now, Nick will leave me and find someone else to give him what I can't. Earlier today, we had the biggest, most knockdown fight we ever had. The way he spoke to me and treated me was just like Roger, except Nick would never physically put his hands on me. He stormed out of the front door, and I have no idea where he is or what he's doing, or if he'll even come back. Once again, free floating. Nick doesn't love me anymore, and how can I blame him? What else was I honestly expecting? Happily ever after is for Snow White or Rapunzel, not me. This morning before the big blowout, I ended up driving down to the pharmacy and turning in my one and only pain medication refill. I hadn't really felt like taking a trip downtown, but a little voice came to me, whispering in my ear like a tiny gnat, insisting. My pain level was getting better and better, but there was always a chance for a flare-up. Best to be safe than sorry. The pill bottle is now empty and as hollow as I am inside. It is tiny, but extremely heavy in my grasp. My sweating is becoming a monsoon. Nearly every inch of my skin is flooding with moisture. My already rapidly beating heart begins to thump so hard that it aches. Faster and faster, my heart starts to pound. The blood in my veins pulse and rush quicker and quicker. My muscles turn weak. Without resistance, the empty bottle slips free from my grip and rolls several inches away. I am dying. I knew that this was going to happen. It was the whole point, after all. I can't stop from being scared, though. No. Terrified. And also sad. Not for myself. Not anymore. But for Nick. It won't be easy for him, but he'll be better off in time. I just know it. He can find someone who can give the treasure that I'm unable to provide. A child. A baby. And even though I continue to sweat profusely, my body becomes ice cold. I begin to shiver and shake uncontrollably. Goodbye, Nick, I whisper quietly. My weakened muscles suddenly snap tight like thick cords pulling taut and tense. My entire body becomes stiff and strained as I start to convulse. The pain is like nothing I have ever felt. The shaking is fierce and vicious. I just want it to be over. Please, just let it all end. I'm sorry. I love you. And then, everything stops. I become instantly still, but I still exist. Somehow. Darkness covers me, but after a second or two, I realize it's because my eyes are closed. Slowly, I open them and take a look around. I'm still in my bedroom, still on the floor, my back still leaning against my bed. I don't understand. Why didn't it work? Why am I still here? As I continue looking around, my first impression is that everything about the room is exactly the same. Unkempt, queen-size bed behind me, worn-out brown carpet below me. To my left, the same wooden dresser Nick and I have been sharing for a couple of years. To my right, a TV stand with a 40-inch flat screen on its top. Exactly the same. Or so I at first believe. That's when I notice there is indeed something different. It took me nearly a full minute to recognize, because it isn't a change in the room that I need to see. Everything that has been there before is still there now, but among my familiar surroundings is something new. Something added. My bedroom has always had 3 doors. To the closet, to the attached master bedroom, and the main one leading to the upstairs hallway. 3 doors. Sitting here, confused and bewildered, I find myself somehow staring across the room at a 4th. On the right side of the main room's main entrance, a spot where only an empty wall had previously existed, now sits a strange new door. At the sight of this impossibility, I jump to my feet and find my legs, which had been weak and shaking not long before, are easily able to hold me up. Am I hallucinating? Have I fallen asleep and am I dreaming? I take a few steps forward and stand directly in front of the new door. Old. That is the first word to break into the forefront of my mind when I peer upon the impossible door. Ancient. Medieval, even. This new door is obviously quite sturdy, made from solid, vertical planks of wood held in place by deeply driven iron studs, which creates a speckled pattern across the entire surface. 2 long metal hinges bloom outward from its right side, running across the wood like steel trees. The top is not square, but a wide arch, a sharp point at the peak. The door looks alien, unnatural within the pale plaster wall of my home. The cheap material from which my house is made of should never be stable or strong enough to hold something like that hulking, that substantial, that massively heavy door. A door of this making has no place in a modern structure of the 21st century. It belongs in a castle where it is opened and closed by kings and queens. Another word comes to the forefront of my thoughts. Unfinished. That color of the wood is a sharp red with a slight pink tone, possibly cherry or oak. I'm not sure. I don't know much about trees or wood, but apparently, at some point after the impossible door had been constructed, it had been decided that the wood's natural color needed to be concealed beneath a layer of solid black paint. However, the act of painting had, for whatever reason, been abandoned not long after beginning. Now, black paint only covers the top area between the upper hinge and the arch, while the rest of the door remains uncovered. Unfinished. The thought repeats. Built into the left side of the door is a single metal handle. Below the handle is a simple keyhole from which I can see a metal key hanging. The key is also old in appearance and style. It's long, thin, and most likely made from bronze. The bronze might have once been shiny, but it appears to have been dulled with age and wear. At the end of the key, where the person would grip to turn, the metal had been flattened and molded into the shape of an elongated oval. The two words have been engraved into the center of the oval. I lean down, bringing my face closer so I can read the words. June King, I speak aloud. My name. Without realizing that I'm moving, I reach out and grip the key with my fingers. The metal of the key feels cool against my skin, cool enough to cause goose flesh to break out on the back of my neck and down my arms. I slowly twist the key and at once hear a locking mechanism release its hold. I then turn the key back to its original position before attempting to tug it free. However, the lock refuses to let it go, and the key remains held by the door. I leave the key alone and turn my attention to the door. The metal of the door's handle also feels cool in my hand as I place my hand on it. I expect the hefty-looking door to be heavy, or its hinges to put up a fuss when I push it open, but it opens easily and without noise. Realistically, the only thing I should find beyond the unfinished door is the guest bedroom, possibly the upstairs hallway. Yet, with the door fully pushed open, I find myself staring down a much different type of hallway. The first thing I notice is there is a very mild stream of air rolling down the impossible hallway, and carried on the air is an odor which causes me to turn up my nose. Mildew, rotten, moldy food. That is the closest thing which I can compare the stench that's coming from somewhere down the hall. While peering down this new hallway, I feel like I'm looking through a portal into the past. Halfway down, a long wooden torch is hanging on the wall, with its flames slightly swaying with the moving, moldy air. The light of that single torch dances against the walls, which seem to be made of blocks of stone. The stones of the wall are gray in color and appear rough and weathered. The hall floor is also made from a similar stone, but darker gray in color and much more smooth. The ceiling of the hall, it's not made from stone like the walls and floor, but built with wide wooden beams and rafters. If I listen close enough, I can hear the subtle mildew-filled breeze moving through them. Less than 30 yards down, the strange hallway takes a sudden, sharp left turn. I can't see where or how much further the hall goes beyond that point, yet I know there is another torch hanging somewhere along that unseen stretch, because I can see more dancing light reflected across the wall and along the floor of the hallway's bend. June! A howl erupts behind me, jolting me from the daze which I must have entered. Startled, I swing around and witness my husband, Nick, entering into the room. June! He cries again, momentarily frozen in obvious fear. Oh my God! June! As he calls my name, I notice that Nick is not looking in my direction. He's not looking at me at all. Instead, his eyes are straight forward. I follow his gaze and then realize he is actually looking at me after all. Crumpled on the floor next to our bed, my body lies. I want to be surprised. I want this to be a massive revelation, but somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew it the whole time. I took the pills, and they did what I wanted them to do. I'm dead. I watch Nick suddenly lunge forward towards my body, but he stops after only taking a couple of steps. I'm not sure why he stops until I watch him reach down to his feet. He picks up the empty pill bottle and inspects it closely. He had stepped on it, his weight warping and cracking the plastic. He rolls it between his finger and thumb, and when he finds the bottle's label, the truth of what he is seeing hits home. "Shit!" he exclaims before dropping the empty bottle back to the floor. It takes him another second to rush to my body and fall down beside its lifeless flesh. As I watch my husband begin to cradle my body in my arms, I begin to hear what might be footsteps coming from behind me, coming from the impossible hallway. Turning back around, I look and listen. Thump, thump, thump. I'm clearly hearing footsteps, but it does not sound like shoes tapping against a stone floor. Thump, thump, thump. Instead, the sound, it's closer to the slapping of bare skin. Thump, thump, thump. A form walks between the unseen torch and the hallway bend. I can clearly see a disturbance in the dancing light as a human-like shadow is suddenly cast onto the stone wall. Thump, thump, thump. An extraordinary, tall, totally nude person abruptly enters the far bend of the hallway. By the bright light of the torch, I watch what happens to be a bald man, maybe 7 feet or more in height, enter the stretch of hallway in front of me before turning in my direction. No, not a man, and not exactly. Whatever I am looking at has the shape of a muscular man, but there is nothing hanging from where male genitals should be. Pale flesh covers its nude body. No, not covering, not exactly. Neither one of his arms nor the left leg has skin covering them. The muscles and tendons and everything else normally concealed beneath the thin layer of flesh was fully exposed to my eyes. Had the skin been stripped away, peeled away at some point in the past? Or had there never been skin there in the first place? I can't say, but either possibility terrifies my already frightened mind. It's strange. Man-like abomination continues casually making his way down the hall and toward me. It is at once apparent that the creature is not one bit surprised to see me standing in the open doorway, like it already knew it would find me here. Maybe I'm the whole reason for the thing's arrival? The realization strikes me hard in the chest, and I quickly reach for the handle of the open door. As I hastily pull the massive door close, I try to keep my eyes on the nude creature up until the last possible moment. The whole time that I'm in the act of closing the door, the creature does not slow or speed its pace, but calmly continues down the hall. If it is there for me, why doesn't it rush at me? The answer becomes strikingly apparent. It doesn't have to, because no matter how hard I twist the bronze key, it will not turn. I can't engage the lock. Somehow, the sight of the nude creature causes me to forget about Nick, but his voice manages to break through my fear. At some point, whenever I hadn't been looking, Nick must have pulled out his cell phone to call 911. I don't have to look behind me to know that he's begging for an emergency operator to save my life. I know his voice. I know him. Please. He pleads into his sanctum. You have to help her. It's my wife, June. She's taking pills. I don't know if she's still breathing. You have to send someone to help her. Hurry! 618 Juniper Street. A swift tug at the unfinished door from the other side pulls me away and once again shoves Nick's voice into the cloud of my fear and panic that fills my mind. Suddenly, an even stronger tug nearly pulls the unfinished door from my grasp. I place both hands on the door's handle and try to grip it with all the strength my arms can manage. I create additional support by planting my left foot against the wall at the side of the door. Every coherent thought in my head is screaming at me, telling me that I cannot let this thing get its hands on me, but how do I stop it? Do I run? Do I fight back? Can I even fight back? Or is this my fate? How things were always going to end for me. Another brief tug threatens to rip the door from me. The thing is just messing with me. I know it. A sensation of helplessness and doom begins to fill me, causing my grip to lessen. Before I can regain my confidence and grasp, the nude man thing finally stops playing games. With force and impatience, it yanks at the door one last time. I quickly let go to keep from being dragged through the hallway and into the stone hall. I freeze as I come face to face with the creature. The bared muscles of its arms wiggle and budge. The lack of eyelids makes its eyes appear wider than I once believed possible. Its teeth were rotten and jagged and in full display without any lips to cover them, and the smell is like that of roadkill, a deer carcass left in the sun for a few days. I attempt to run, but I'm far too frightened, far too slow. I managed to turn away from the thing, but before I can get my body moving, the man creature wraps a skinless arm around my neck. I feel the tissue of its muscles tighten against my skin, and it's an unnatural sensation. The thing immediately begins to rip me through the open doorway. I flail my arms out wide, trying to grab anything and everything. One of my hands finds the framing of the door but fails to grab hold. My other hand regains a tight grasp of the door's metal handle. I hold on for dear life. Nick! I scream, my voice straining. It's cracking. I know my husband can't not hear me, but I continue howling anyway. Nick! Nick, save me! I don't want to die! I don't want to be dead! Desperately peering outward through the open doorway, I look at my husband. He's holding my body again with both arms, his cell phone now laying at his side. Deep sobs and intense despair distort his facial features as he cradles my lifeless flesh. My husband still loves me. What have I done? Nick! And then, for some reason, his sobbing stops, and his face changes. Does he hear me? Something is happening, but I can't tell what. I somehow manage to get both my arms onto my hands onto the metal handle, holding tight. I try to buy myself as much time as I can. I'm not going. Not yet. When Nick doesn't raise his head or even look in my direction, I yell again, with even more venom and fire behind it. Nick! My husband lowers his head closer to my limp body. What is he doing? Look at me, Nick! Please, just look my way. But he doesn't. He doesn't hear me. I instantly begin to lose hope. Why doesn't he hear me? I need him to hear me. I need him to save me. I continue to struggle against the strength of the creature, but I am swiftly losing the fight. Nick places his head against my dead chest. Has he given up too? No. I can see it on his face. He's thinking, listening. He does hear something, just not my screaming, but something else. My heart? Is my heart still beating? Nick! I yell one last time as the metal handle finally slips from my hands. As I am being violently dragged backward down the hall, I can see something before Nick is completely removed from view. His hand, it moves toward my face, toward my throat. Somehow I can feel it. A phantom pressure entering my mouth, prodding at my throat, pushing, moving. Fingers. And I start to gag on the invisible intrusion. That the phantom fingers twist and turn and churn up the insides of my guts until nausea fully overtakes me. Either it doesn't notice or care, but the man-creature fails to even pause when I start to projectile vomit. The puke shoots from my mouth in a white, foamy waterfall that splatters onto my chest and stomach. My vision begins to dance like flames of the torch I pass. Everything goes black. And then light somehow finds me in the darkness, bright and blinding. Within the all-encompassing light, shadows and shapes slowly form and focus. A face. Nick. My head is swimming. My body feels brittle, but I manage a slight smile and, in 2 words, I'm sorry. Nick helps me sit up. From somewhere outside, I can hear wailing sirens. I don't want to look away from my husband's wonderful face, but I do anyway. The unfinished door is gone. The empty wall is now the only thing I see there. Gone. Or is it? Maybe it isn't really gone. Not entirely. Maybe it is still there, existing wherever we go. We die. Waiting for when I inevitably return. I just can't see it right now. Maybe we all have a door through which we must enter whenever we die, either by choice or by force, and there is nothing any of us can do about it. That possible truth doesn't scare me, but I can feel my hurting chest and weakened heart becoming tense. I stare at the empty spot where my doorway most likely waits for me. A single thought repeats over and over in my head. The door is now unlocked. And that is the end of that story. I hope you all enjoyed it thus far. I definitely did. It was a very well-written story. Okay, let's see who's here. Alright, we have Cloudy Vape, so that must be D. We have Casey. I see Goat. And then there's Onyx. And there's Dustin. Hey, glad to see you all here. Hope you enjoyed that story. I definitely did. In a moment here, we'll get started on the next story. The next story I'll be reading is also from the same author, Jackson Arthur. This one is titled, After I Watched a Car Hit Black Ice and Wreck, Something Happened That I Still Can't Explain to this day. I'm still not completely sure what happened that night. I just can't seem to wrap my head around what I saw, or why, or even how. Maybe writing down everything that happened will give me some kind of peace. Maybe. Let me just begin. I had been on the road for over 5 hours before I finally decided to pull over and take a piss. I was making good time. I just couldn't wait any longer. My bladder full of Monster, among other assorted caffeinated beverages, and the bastard was screaming at me to release the pressure. At that point in my travels, I was between major highways, and I wasn't sure when I would come across another gas station, or a bathroom of any kind for that matter. No big deal, I figured. Urinating the side of the road would work. Nature would have to be my bathroom. Luckily, it was the middle of the night, and traffic had been non-existent for some time. I would have hated for a cop to come by and catch me dangling in the wind. I quickly swing the door... excuse me. Sorry, I have a patient interrupting me. Bear with me one moment, and I'll take care of that. No, you're not supposed to be bothering me while I'm recording. Do I need to punish you? Or you really don't want me to punish you right now? It would be against your best interests. Go write me a new story. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Apparently, I had to deal with another patient. It's not pleasant when they come, especially when I'm in the midst of reading what looks to be a fairly good story thus far. So, let me just go ahead and continue where we left off, that is. I would have hated for a cop to come by and catch me dangling in the wind. I quickly swung my car into the first dirt pull-off I came across and slammed it into park. I left the motor running as I opened the door and jumped from the vehicle. There wasn't much light in the middle of nowhere, and I would need my car's headlights to help me see. Ain't nothing more dangerous than pissing in the dark. You never know what you might hit when you can't see shit. You might even hit yourself by accident, and I wasn't trying to smell like piss for the rest of the way. I guess I could have changed into one of the other pairs of jeans I had stuffed in the back of my car, if need be, but why take unnecessary risks? A blast of icy air struck me as I got out of the car and immediately made my bladder scream even louder. No, it hadn't been screaming at that point. The bastard had been howling like a cold dog howling at the moon. Jogging to the other side of my car, I swiftly unzipped my pants and ignored the full body shiver that hit me when I exposed myself to the cold night. Mixture of warm piss and cold air caused me to feel contradicting sensations in my nether regions. I closed my eyes and let out a loud sigh of relief as my bladder began to empty. Once I was finished and tucked away, I didn't at once rush back to the warmth of my car. The chill wasn't bothering me as much, and I decided to take a moment to enjoy the peaceful quiet of the night. I peered down from the top of a steep embankment out over a dark valley. Filling the valley was a thick forest that appeared to stretch on for a few miles. From where I stood, I couldn't see any lights, not from houses or businesses or other possible forms of civilization. I was in no man's land, or at least I would have been until I eventually met up with State Route 33, a 4-lane highway that would take me the rest of the way. There also didn't seem to be a whole lot of movement or normal sounds coming from the trees either, except a low serenade from a far-off owl. Maybe since an inch or two of snow covered everything, the forest animals decided to chill out for the night. All except for that single owl who just kept singing on and on. It had been snowing most of the day and into the night until it finally stopped about half an hour before. Thankfully, it had been light, fluffy stuff that doesn't stick real well to the roads. If it had been that heavy, slushy shit, then that would have slowed me down and pissed me off. I always hated snow, but for some reason, I always lived in places that got a shit ton of it every winter. With everything around me being still and tranquil, it helped to temporarily calm my constantly racing mind, which had been a welcome change. I had done nothing but hurry for the prior few days, and it was nice to just stop for a minute and breathe. My marriage had fallen apart, to put it mildly. To put it honest, my marriage had exploded like a fucking time bomb it had always been. 4 years of building pressure, like piss in a bladder, until it finally went boom. I let her have whatever she wanted because I just didn't care. There hadn't been much to fight over anyway. We didn't own a house or have kids, thank God. We had a tiny, ugly dog, but that had always been her baby, not mine. I hated that dog. In the end, I managed to walk away from the devastation with what I could fit in my car. And having your entire life fit into a blue Chevy Impala really puts things into perspective, let me tell you. When I had been 18, like most naive assholes, I couldn't have run away from home fast enough. I had dreams to chase, mistakes to make, and a crazy bitch to marry. But when the dust settled on my marriage, that was where I was headed back to. Home. My real home. And I couldn't get back to my parents or the town I grew up in fast enough. As I continued to peer into the distance, I could see the black outline of the Appalachian Mountains standing tall on the horizon, barely visible against the night sky. Black on black has a way of blending together. With the mountains in my sights, I knew my destination was only a few more hours away. A pair of headlights suddenly pulled me from my thoughts, 2 bright orbs coming down the stretch of road I was standing beside. They were headed in the direction I had been coming from. Damn! The vehicle's high beams momentarily blinded me, but I threw both my hands up real quick. I was able to partially block out the bright light until it shifted away from my eyes and I could see again. When the headlights from my own car fell across this new arrival, I could tell it was a car smaller than my Chevy. A compact, possibly foreign, dark blue. My Impala's headlights also fell on something else. A massive patch of ice on the road. The spot of ice was several yards long and wide enough to take up the entire lane of the road, while still having enough width to spill over into the other lane. As well, normally black ice doesn't scare me. It wasn't the evil villain some people made it out to be. Yet, by how clearly the surface reflected the moon, which had finally found a space between the clouds from which to peek, I could tell that ice was thick and solid. There was nothing I could have done but hope the approaching compact car had good tires and a calm driver. Maybe the driver would notice the ice and take the other lane to avoid it. That's what I would have done. There hadn't been any oncoming traffic, making that the smart choice. But the driver never saw the black ice. Instead, the compact car took it dead center. From start to finish, everything that happened next only took a few seconds. The compact car began to slide as soon as it hit the ice. Its back end started to spin out. Rather than make a slight adjustment on the steering wheel, I helplessly watched the driver panic. As the driver slammed on the brakes and pulled hard on the wheel, the squealing tires replaced the once tranquil silence. The little car spun, and spun fast. It spun out into the other lane and then cleared the ice. At that point, the driver should have hit the brakes, but the driver was still panicked. I could hear the car's engine rev as the driver stomped hard on the gas. The wheels chose then to gain traction, which sent the car barreling across the road and over the embankment. At the sight of the car spilling over the edge of the embankment, I instantly dashed toward the other side to pull off. Standing and looking down off the ledge, I could see the glow of two headlights rushing down the steep drop. Somehow the car had managed to almost make it down the entire incline without hitting one of the trees growing from the side of the hill. I didn't want to call it luck that the car didn't hit a tree earlier in the fall, because it might have been better off than striking one of the trees growing closer to the top. But by the time it hit one near to the ground, gravity had been pulling hard on that car. Not even the snow did much to slow down once gravity had its hands on it. I can't say exactly how fast the car was going when it finally hit, but when it did hit that tree, the sound of the impact, the twisting of metal and breaking of glass shattered both the night and my mind into a million fragments. I don't want to be a drama queen, but it all sank into me deeply, all the way to my core. Whenever I try to sleep at night, I can still hear the destruction of that car getting wrapped around that tree. My phone, that was the first clear thought. I needed to call for help. If the driver was still alive, I needed to get someone there to help them. If the driver wasn't, someone still needed to be there to deal with it. After realizing that I had left my cell in the Chevy, I turned to run back and get it, but something stopped me from moving. A woman screaming.
Help! Please! Somebody help us!
Screams were obviously coming down the embankment from the wrecked car. I tried to find a strong voice and yell back. I couldn't get as loud as I wanted, but I did my best anyway.
It's gonna be okay! Just hang tight! I'm gonna call for help!
The woman's voice became shrill and terror-stricken.
Oh my God! Oh my God, help me!
Before I realized what I was doing, I was making my way down the hill. The moon had retreated back behind the dense clouds, throwing a thick shadow over everything. As I rushed through the dense night, I aimed myself away from the lights of my Impala and toward the headlights of the wreckage. I clearly remember having images of burning cars and burning people flashing through my head. I didn't see any flames, but there might be smoke. It wouldn't have been difficult to see. It would have been difficult to see the dark smoke when everything else that night was just as dark. I had to act. I had to do something. I had to be sure that woman was not going to fucking burn to death while I sat on the phone with 911 waiting for help to eventually show up. If that happened, I would have never forgiven myself. The Nikes that I had been wearing were a far cry from hiking boots. They were not meant for descending down a steep, slick hill. Several times, the snow tried to bring me down, take both my feet out from under me, but each time I somehow managed to grab onto a nearby tree trunk or bush and stay on my feet. I was moving as fast as I could, but I didn't know if it was fast enough. The woman had grown silent after the last nearly hysterical howl. I began to fear what I might find. Keeping the headlights in front of me, I was able to find the wreckage in the blackness of the night, and it was as bad as I had thought. The entire front end of the compact car had been caved in, crushed into the shape of a large, jagged horseshoe. There was a little bit of smoke rising from the car, but it wasn't the black smoke from active burning. It was light and faint, probably from the car's small engine being obliterated, and I didn't smell any flames either. Yet, fire suddenly became the least of my concerns. The way that car had brutally imploded against the damn tree immediately painted a different picture in my mind. At least my rushing thoughts were no longer of burning women, but images of death still filled my brain. The driver had been alive and screaming for me, but that didn't mean she was still breathing. Part of me didn't want to go around to the driver's side of the car, but I needed to be sure. "Ma'am!" I called out as I rushed around the back of the car. No answer.
Are you okay, ma'am?"
Silence. When I made it to the other side of the car, I saw the driver's window had been shattered, completely destroyed. I briefly stopped. Inside the car was dark and hard to see into, just like everything else that fucked up night. As I fought against my rapid breathing, I reluctantly leaned in closer so I could get a better look through the non-existing window. Someone was sitting in the driver's seat.
"Ma'am?"
I said.
Are you okay, ma'am?"
It was a petite young lady, light brown hair pulled into a tight ponytail, mid-20s, perhaps. But the young lady never moved or replied. She couldn't. She just stared at me, her neck twisted in an awkward angle, wide-eyed, forever afraid of what was about to happen to her. She hadn't been wearing her seatbelt, and the airbag malfunctioned when her face hit the steering wheel. The force nearly spun her head clean around, dead on impact. Before the accident, the young lady might have been kind of pretty, in a simple kind of way. Now, I remember my heart sinking as a realization hit me. If she had been dead on impact, then who the hell had been screaming at me? The passenger? I looked around the inside of the car, or what was left of it, but I didn't see anyone else. The passenger side was empty and the door still closed. The back seat was empty too. The hair on the back of my neck stood up when I heard that same woman's voice.
"Help!"
It came from behind me, somewhere in the trees.
"Somebody help me! Who are you? Get away from me! Don't touch me! Help!"
I could feel the fear in her voice. I could feel it as if it were my own.
"Get away from me!"
Someone else had been in the car. That had been my assumption. With the trees creating a million little echoes, it was hard to pinpoint from exactly which direction the voice was coming. When I thought I knew the general area I needed to go, I took off running. For several seconds, the woman continued to cry for help, but ultimately the words died, and all that remained were frightened screams. I yelled back once. I wanted her to know I was coming.
"Don't be scared! I'm here!"
I used her voice to guide me because, other than that, I was running blind, but I found her. Somehow. She must have heard me, because when I got there, she at once turned her head my way. She was a petite young lady, somewhere in her mid-20s, light brown hair pulled into a tight ponytail. Kind of pretty, in a simple kind of way, her eyes wide with fear. I knew that face. I had seen it only minutes before. It was the driver. But how? Twins? No. I can't explain it, but I knew I was looking into the face of the same dead young lady. She was on her butt in the snow with her back against a tree trunk. The way she pressed up against the base of the tree was like she was fending off a wild animal, but I didn't see any wolves or bears or even coyotes. I looked down on her. Words rose into my throat before I realized I was speaking. I'm here to help. Don't be scared. But I felt the words to be hollow. There was no help for her, and she may have been scared, but so was I, and there was no changing it. Who are they? She asked me. Why are they after me? Who's after you? I replied. I searched the area again, but I couldn't see anyone else but the two of us. I don't know what you mean. She then raised her arm and pointed to a spot a couple feet from where she sat. Them! Don't you see them? At first, I didn't. I couldn't. But when I opened my mouth to assure her no one was there, the moon peeked from the clouds again, casting beams of light down on us. The light revealed something I had not noticed a second before. Two figures standing in the exact spot the young lady was pointing. They were human-like in form, short, closer to the height of a child than an adult, and they were pure black from head to toe. No faces or features of any kind, just a darkness as deep as I can imagine a black hole to be, a bottomless void. But they were also smooth-looking, polished. I could only see them with the help from the moon because the moonlight reflected across the two figures in the same way it had that patch of black ice. There had been a stillness about them, or at least there was until the moon showed them to me. When it was obvious I could see them now too, the two black figures rushed at the young lady. It was so easy for them to grab her, to snatch her by the legs. There was nothing the young lady or myself could do to stop it. I don't know why they waited that long to take her. Maybe they had been playing with the young lady until I showed up. I'm not sure. I'll never be sure. Once the two figures had a hold of her legs, they began to drag the young lady away. She screamed and desperately tried to grab a hold of the tree trunk, but there was no chance of her holding on. They drug her through the snow and into the woods. I can still picture her face as they drug her away. The terror, the helplessness, it seared into my brain. She had looked to me for help, but I couldn't do anything. I had been useless. Or could I have actually helped her somehow? Could I have kept those things from grabbing her? No. There was nothing I could have done. For a second after the young lady was pulled off, I was frozen by my fear. I did my best to shake it off and chase after them, but they were already out of sight. Even though I had watched the young lady get dragged off through the snow, there was no physical path of any kind for me to follow. No trail of disturbed snow. It was so fucking weird. So instead, I tried to follow the only thing I had, the young lady's horrific screaming. But even that became further and further away until finally fading away completely, swallowed by the night. I don't know why I started yelling. I didn't know what else to do.
Can you hear me? Keep screaming so I can find you!
I'm not sure how long I stood there, cold and shaking. But I listened for any signs of her, but there was nothing. I don't know where the two figures took the young lady, but they were long gone. At some point, I was able to gather my thoughts and navigate my way back to the wreckage by following the glow of headlights. From there, I made my way back to my own car, again following the glow of headlights. Getting back up the embankment was much slower and way more difficult than going down it, but I managed. I found my cell in my Chevy where I knew it had been plugged in and charging, but before I dialed 911, I took a couple of minutes to mentally rehearse what I was going to say. I couldn't completely lie, but I wasn't going to tell them everything. I would have sounded fucking crazy. When the emergency operator answered my call, I told him that a car wrecked on black ice and hit a tree. I had gone down the embankment to try to help. My tracks in the snow would have told him that whether I wanted to or not. But when I got to the crash, the driver had already been dead, killed on impact. I went back to my car, got my cell phone, and called them. End of story. At least as far as they knew. Until now, I have never said a word about finding that young lady, about watching her getting drug off by those two strange figures. But I need to try to finally get the words down. I desperately need to purge it from my mind as best I can. I'll never have all the answers for what happened that night. At least not until the day comes when two shiny black figures come for me, too. I'm not looking for an epiphany or even a moment of clarity. For now, all I want is some fucking peace and be able to sleep through the goddamn night. And that was the end of that story. Gotta say, this writer's pretty good. Maybe I can convince him to join us here at the asylum. So it appears that April has arrived, as well as Chris. Welcome, glad to see you. Oh, actually, April's been here before, I just didn't see it. My mistake. Well, I'm glad to see you're all here. Hope you're enjoying the stories so far. Give me a moment and we'll start with the next story. This next story is also was written by one of my favorite authors that I found, Verastahl. I have read several stories from him or her that you guys have heard. So hopefully you'll enjoy this one. It's a fairly long story, so sit tight, enjoy, relax. I'll try to maybe take a pause in between sections, but I hope you all enjoy it. This one is written again by Verastahl. Title: What My Body Cam Saw at Whispering Oaks. Also, the author information is listed in the description. I placed the link to their Reddits as well as any other links that they requested. I believe Verastahl has a book that he has on Amazon. So if you guys want to support these authors, please take a look at those links and at least let them know how good authors they are. And maybe they should join us here at the asylum. We always need more very good authors. They need to... if they have the skills to create such mesmerizing stories, I think I could use them here. So maybe you can convince them. Either way, let's get continuing on this next story. For the past 5 years, I've worked for a security firm that contracts with various businesses to provide guards for events and locations throughout the states. It's not a huge company like Tattersall, but it's been a family business for nearly 50 years and does well enough. I've gotten a small raise every year and equipment updates at a faster rate than back when I was a cop. One of the latest updates was a new body camera system. It's integrated into our shoulder radio and has a good enough battery and memory card to last through a 12-hour shift without any problem. Best of all, it's light and doesn't require any extra fiddling. I just put on my gear and go. The rest of my gear typically consists of a flashlight, pepper spray, a collapsible baton, and a stun gun. We are sometimes issued firearms, but it's on a special basis involving more insurance and waivers before we're allowed to work a job carrying one. For the most part, we're supposed to detect and deter more than fight people or apprehend a criminal. That's what our cell phones and the real police are for. Over time, I've worked security. I've seen some of the trends change. We still work parties and big meetings sometimes, and we have deals with several office buildings to provide around-the-clock guards and surveillance, but in the last few years, we've actually been dealing more with real estate companies and banks that want to protect development properties. Take the place I've been assigned to for the past few months, Whispering Oaks. 14 years ago, it was going to be the largest, most prosperous new gated communities on the East Coast. 1,000 acres with homes ranging from 2,000 to 10,000 square feet. At its center was a massive clubhouse building with rooms for meetings and parties, its own gym, an indoor swimming pool, and even a movie theater, to say nothing of the tennis courts, 3 more exterior pools, and a top-of-the-line 18-hole golf course scattered around the rest of the property. It even had a small gourmet grocery store on one corner of a little cobblestone street that I think was going to be filled with fancy cafes and boutiques. I can't even imagine the money that was sunk into that place, and less how much more the builders stood to make. There were plans for 400 homes in the initial building phase, and by 2006 they had already built over 100 of them. A few of them were built to spec as model homes to show prospective buyers, but most had been bought and built to order within the confines of a dozen or so approved house plans that were available for the new owners. From what I've heard, the property was like an anthill back then, a constant flow of workers mixed with people checking in on the progress of their dream homes being built, if they hadn't already moved in. But when the housing collapse happened that year, new buyers slowed to a trickle. Banks weren't giving out loans like they once had, and the constant buzz of activity slowed to a hum, and then to silence. The 60 or so families that were already there found themselves surrounded by empty, partially built houses and bare lots that weren't being meticulously maintained as they had been a few months before. The clubhouse went from being fully staffed and brightly lit to being closed most of the time. According to a note on the front door, the company apologized for the inconvenience, but assured that everyone that the reduced hours and services were just a temporary necessity during restructuring. That was apparently greasy rat speak for bankruptcy. Over time, the people who were left at Whispering Oaks figured it wasn't going to get any better. Even if the economy and housing market approved, who was going to buy an overpriced house in a closed-off, increasingly run-down and barren ghost town? So they left. From what my buddy Oscar told me, the last person was gone by 2014. 2 different banks who had been consuming the property, one foreclosure at a time, wound up selling off the whole thing. To whom, no one was really sure, other than some European company with more money than sense. In the 2 years since, the property hasn't been altered or improved, and it's rarely visited at all other than by guards, and those guards are meant to discourage. Meth heads wanting to steal copper out of the walls to sell, junkies and vagrants, and then kids looking for a place to hang out or spend a few nights. Even with all the time and neglect, the property and the buildings are still very valuable. Vandalism, theft, and arson are just the start of the concerns. You also have to worry about someone trespassing, getting hurt, and then trying to sue. Again, I don't know who bought the place, but they clearly have an odd way of investing their money from what I've seen. All they've done is buy a headache and not done anything with it. Point being, my job, my company's job is to make sure their headaches don't get any worse. The clubhouse has been converted into a security office, and every day there is a guard posted there when they're not out patrolling the property. At night, there's 1 guard on Monday through Thursday and 2 on Friday through Sunday. Because people always want to be an asshole on the weekend. The typical routine for a 12-hour shift is as follows. Arrive at the clubhouse and log in on the computer system. Check that the feeds from the security cameras set up outside the clubhouse, the gourmet grocery store, the tennis courts, and the utility building are all functioning properly. And then, within 30 minutes of arrival, start patrol in one of the zones. Our security company has divided Whispering Oaks into 6 zones for patrol purposes. Zone 1 is the central area of the clubhouse and surrounding buildings, and including the cobblestone shopping area and staff garage. Zone 2 is primarily streets containing smaller, if you call 2,000 to 3,000 foot homes small, homes in various state of being built, but a few in totally finished state. Zone 3 contains most of the finished homes, big and small, as well as the tennis courts and 2 exterior pools. Zone 4 is the golf course and 2 miles of walking trails woven into the woods at the course's edge. Zone 5 is where the larger parcels of land were being sold. It's mainly empty, grown-up lots, but there are actually 3 enormous houses that were built to completion before everything collapsed. We called them Red House, Green House, and the Gray House, based on their exterior colors. Finally, there's Zone 6, which is pretty much just the woods at the back edge of the property. There are paths there, but rather than the wide and relatively even routes you get on their walking trails, we are forced to use crooked, hard-to-see paths that are just cut wide enough to allow our ATVs through. They are serviceable, but between the uneven ground and hidden tree roots, they're risky at anything faster than a slow crawl. Every hour, we are responsible for patrolling one of the zones. Between travel and patrol time, this typically means we're patrolling about 30 minutes of every hour, unless patrolling Zone 6, which typically takes almost the entire hour. We mix up the order in which the zones are patrolled as to not provide a predictable pattern for anyone trying to trespass, but all the zones are patrolled twice per shift regardless of order. All in all, it hasn't been a bad assignment, and the most I've ever seen on shift was a meth head pulling a knife on me when I found him squatting in one of the baby mansions in Zone 3. But I kept him back with my pepper spray and radioed the dispatcher in the main office. No big deal. Occasionally, it's just a bunch of dumb kids looking for a secluded place to get in some kind of trouble. But mostly it's quiet. Very quiet. And if I'm honest, more than a little creepy. I'm not a scary kind of guy. I've seen a good bit over the years, and while I don't claim to have ever been the kind of super cop or a brave hero, I've never been cowardly or skittish either. But Whispering Oaks just has a strange feel to it. Maybe it's all the empty houses and streets. Some nights when I'm riding my four-wheeler around on patrol, I imagine myself in kind of a post-apocalyptic movie where everyone else is gone or hiding. I always hate it when I have the thought, because it's so easy to believe. The black windows staring out at me like dead eyes, the grown-up lots filled with shadows. It's far easier to start thinking I'm in a dead world than it is to stop. That's why I like the weekends. I get a partner to keep me company, and usually that partner is Oscar. Oscar has been with the company for nearly 30 years, and it showed. If he was in charge of deciding the company motto, I'm pretty sure it would have been "fuck it" painted on all the sides of our vehicles. That being said, he was a good guy, just old and tired, and much more content to watch TV in the clubhouse and tell me stories than hump it around this expensive graveyard we were supposed to be guarding. He was the one who told me most of what I know about the past of Whispering Oaks, and I admit I was intrigued. If I occasionally took his patrols in exchange for his entertaining company when I got back to the clubhouse, I looked at it as a fair trade. Not everyone had the same tolerance for Oscar's casual approach, however. Jeff Spires was new with the company, having just left the military 6 months earlier. He wasn't an asshole, not exactly, but he was very rigid and opinionated. Oscar thought it was due to his time in the Marines, but I wasn't so sure. I'd known plenty of soldiers that were very nice, normal people, and Spires was neither. Rail, thin, and twitchy, he often seemed very unemotional, if a little jumpy. But then he would have these strange mood shifts where it seemed like he was caught somewhere between an angry outburst and breaking into tears. Plus, he was constantly making little comments to Oscar about what he should or should not be doing. Like a 60-year-old security guard pushing on the last few months of his pension gave a shit about what he thought. Suffice it to say, neither Oscar or myself liked the nights when we're paired with Spires. We had seniority, which gave us influence over the schedule, and most of the time we could avoid him. Every once in a while, something would come up. Like last month, when I got sick with a stomach virus that laid me out for a week. When I got back to work, it was a Thursday night shift. Oscar was getting off, and while he asked how I was doing, he didn't hang around and chit-chat like he usually would if we were switching out at the same time. He also seemed strange, like he was distracted or occupied by something. When I asked him if anything was wrong, he just gave me a shaky smile. "Nah, I just need to get going. Want to get home before dark." The evening started off quiet. Logged in, checked the cameras, and then I went to patrol Zone 4. It's normally one of the easiest to check. The weeds on the course are waist high, but There's usually not much to leave the ATV except for checking the caddy shack and the small adjoining shed where golf carts were once kept before being sold off. As for the walking trails, they are in surprisingly good shape after all this time, and they make perfectly serviceable roads during patrol. But while it was quiet, I still felt unnerved. Like I said before, Whispering Oaks can be a bit creepy at the best of times, but this was different. I felt like I was being watched. Even though I even thought I saw someone standing behind a tree while I was driving down one of the trails, but when I stopped and shined my light into the growing darkness between the trees, there was nothing there. Deciding I was needlessly freaking myself out, I finished my patrol and went back to the clubhouse. It was 3 hours later, when I was patrolling Zone 3, that I heard a splashing noise that sounded like it came from a nearby outdoor pool area. That in itself was strange. Beyond a bit of occasional rainwater, there hadn't been water in that pool for the entire time I've been working the property. But I still had to check it out. I was heading to the gate of the pool patio when something caught my eye in the window of a nearby house. It was a face. A woman's face, round and pale like the moon. It hovered in the darkness of a bay window like some kind of spectral balloon. Black eyes stretched wide and staring down at me as her lips split open to offer me a grayish-green grin. I let out a small noise of surprise as I came to a stop. This was now a priority, and I needed to call it in. I punched the button on my shoulder mic, intending on updating the office dispatch before I entered the home. All I got for response was a crackle of static. Cursing, I saw my body cam was showing active, so I decided to clear the house and confront the woman before I lost track of her. I went around to the front porch and reached for my keyring. Each house with doors is keyed to be opened by the same master key, and I had one of the only copies on my gear belt. But when I grabbed the knob, I saw it was already unlocked. Not kicked in like we usually find when someone decides to set up camp, and showing none of the telltale signs of having been pried open or even expertly picked or inexpertly picked. I paused then, my stomach twitching nervously as I pulled out my cell phone. No signal. That made me feel more anxious, but both because I couldn't tell anyone what was going on and because I had never had cell phone issues out there before. Still, I was wasting time and giving whoever was inside a chance to prepare, which is always a mistake. Pulling out my baton, I flicked it out and raised my flashlight to eye level as I nudged the front door open with my foot. I caught a glimpse of something to my right and stepped in, doing a sweep of the front hall with my light before moving on to the room where I had seen something. The house was pitch dark inside, and my flashlight seemed very meager as it pushed its way into what had possibly been maybe a dining room or a living room. On the other side of the room was that large bay window I had seen, and next to it, dimly outlined in the reflection of my flashlight on the window, was a large figure. Its back was turned to me. It was hard for me to say for sure if it was the woman I had seen or someone else. I stopped where I was and used a commanding tone to order the person to turn around and raise their hands. I know they began to turn around, but that's the last thing I can remember from the encounter. The next thing I knew, I was back at the clubhouse. I felt strangely woozy, and my first thought was I was experiencing the after effects of being so sick the past few days, that maybe I dozed off or something, even though that was something I've never done during my time as a guard. But then I started remembering being at the house, seeing the woman turning to face me. Something else. But I lost it again. Looking at my phone, I saw nearly 2 hours had passed since I've been patrolling in Zone 3. I also missed a call from Oscar. Hey man, sorry to call you so late, but I saw I missed a call from you like 30 minutes ago, and I wanted to make sure everything was okay. I could tell when Oscar spoke that he hadn't been sleeping when I called, but he still sounded unsure of how to respond.
Yeah. Sorry, kid. I was just up late and thought I'd check in on you. See how things were going since you've been under the weather and all.
I frowned a little. Oscar was a nice guy, but he wasn't touchy-feely or overly conscientious. It seemed out of character that he randomly called to check in on me when nothing was wrong. Except something was wrong, wasn't it? And it was looking more and more like Oscar knew something about it. Still, I hesitated before I spoke. Part of it was pride. There's always that line of humor with cops and security guards about who's spooked and getting jumpy. A lot of it may be the monster bullshit designed to distract each other from their own fears. Kids whistling past a graveyard and all, but there's a point to it beyond that. It's a way of checking up on each other, easing tension. And it's also a way to make sure that the people you relied on in a bad situation weren't going to crack. I didn't want to be thought of as a coward, but worse, I didn't want to be thought of as unreliable. I liked Oscar, and while I didn't think he'd make fun of me too much, I did worry he might think less of me. So I was just about to lie and say everything had been fine when Oscar spoke up again.
Haven't seen or heard anything weird tonight, have you?
The lie died on my tongue. Swallowing with some difficulty, I found myself replying in a near whisper. Yeah, I have. I was starting to think it was a dream. What the fuck is going on, Oscar? His voice was trembling when he spoke next.
I don't know, kid. But you stay in the clubhouse the rest of your shift, okay? Fuck their patrols. The jarhead twerp was working the day shift tomorrow. Well, today. And then I have the night shift with you. We'll talk more then.
Gripping my phone harder, I found myself looking at the dimly lit hallways that led from our station to the shadowy corners of the clubhouse.
No, fuck that. Tell me now. Am I in danger here? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think the clubhouse is safe. I haven't had anything happen there, but don't leave it until your shift is over. Or shit, leave the property now if you think it's best. I just don't want you getting shit canned if there's some explanation for all this. God only knows what that could be.
I looked at the monitors showing the security camera feeds. Everything looked normal enough out there. No, I'm not leaving. I need this job, but why can't you just tell me what the deal is over the phone? His tone was harsher this time, almost angry.
Look, I haven't told anyone about this yet. Not really. Still trying to wrap my head around it, and some of it I need to show you rather than just tell you. So just do what I ask and trust me, okay?
I could tell I was wasting my time demanding he tell me more, so I just said okay. He was about to get off the phone when he added,
Look at your body camera footage, too. See if there's anything strange on there, anything you don't remember.
The body cam videos have to be played through a proprietary software that is only barely functional at best of times. On the rare occasion we want to review something, we normally did it at the main office. The older computer in the clubhouse, while decent enough for logs and streaming the security footage, groaned and trugged when it tried to play videos through the body cam software. It took nearly an hour of me messing with it to get the video to play, and even then it was choppy. Still, I saw enough to be terrified. The video showed me entering the house. It wasn't angled right to record whatever motion caught my eye as I opened the door, but it showed the figure I told to turn around with their hands up. As they did so, I saw they were wearing what looked like some kind of shiny fur coat or cape. I hadn't noticed in that moment I was in the house, or if I had, I didn't remember it. They had finished turning now, and it was the woman. Her face was still contorted in a wide, fierce grin, but I was beginning to think it was expressing agony more than any kind of manic joy. Her eyes, still gleaming in black, were streaming with what would have been blood or some dark liquid as she stumbled forward, lifting her arms in some terrible, silent plea. As she did, dozens of glistening, furry bodies fell from her arms and shoulders, her breasts and thighs. Rats, hundreds of rats, had been crawling on her, gnawing at her, burrowing into her flesh through dozens of ragged, bloody wounds. And now they were coming for me. I heard myself scream on the video, but then the camera was jumping this way and that as I struggled to get them off me. There was another scream from me as I fell, this one growing wilder and more panic before cutting off silently. Everything was still for several seconds. Then I heard a small voice out of the camera's view. "What are we going to do with him?" And then another. "We're going to wait. He needs to be cured." The first voice again, this time with more irritation. "But what are we going to do with him for now?" "We're going to set him free. Let him find the video he's recording on his clever little device just there. And then we're going to make him understand there's nothing he can do to stop what is coming." Alright, we're going to take a short break and then get started on the next part of this story. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, I see Chris is here. Glad to see you here as well. Chris, hope you're enjoying the stories. I'll be back momentarily. Alright, here is part 2. When I finished watching that video, I immediately tried to download it from the card to the computer's hard drive. My old cop training had kicked in immediately, pushing through my confusion and horror, demanding that first and foremost I preserve the evidence of what had occurred. That's when the computer froze up. At first, I thought it was just the aches and pains of the old desktop, and I had a moment of panic that the hard drive might have died, but when I rebooted it, the computer came back just fine. I went back to the memory card, and it was empty. I fired up the proprietary video player and tried opening it from that, but no luck. After 30 minutes of trying
different things and researching possible ways of at least seeing if the data from the body cam was still on either the card or the computer itself, I gave up. Maybe some forensic computer expert could find the video, but as far as I could tell, it was just gone. I spent the little time I had left on my shift sitting in a chair with my back against the wall. I had my cell phone in one hand and my extended baton in the other, and my eyes were constantly roving, looking for some lurking shadow coming down one of the halls or a small swarm of furry bodies rolling toward me like some kind of biting, clawing wave. I wanted to call Oscar again, but decided to wait. I wanted to talk to him in person, and I'd see him in 12 hours. That would have to be soon enough. A few hours before shift change, I saw Spires pulling up outside the clubhouse on the external camera. I'd never been so happy to see him in my life. I wanted him to come on in, either keep me company or relieve me early, but he sat alone in his car until 1 minute before his shift was supposed to start. When I did come in, I tried to hide my irritation and anxiety, but by asking how he had been doing since I'd seen him a week and a half earlier. He raised an eyebrow and frowned slightly, almost as he thought he was the target of some practical joke. "It's fine. How have you been? I heard you were sick with a stomach bug." I smiled widely and then wondered if I looked like a crazy person. I was trying to restrain my manic glee at being around another person after such a strange and terrible night, but it was hard, and when I spoke, I could hear the frantic edge to the rush of words that spilled out. "Oh yeah, doing much better. Thanks for asking. Just glad to be back at work, you know. Got stir crazy in my apartment. Too sick to enjoy being off, you know. How have things been here? Anything interesting going on?" Spire's frown deepened. "No, nothing interesting. Same boring assignment." He shrugged. "I caught a couple trying to get freaky in the Gray House on Monday. Called the cops, but they had run off before they got here. That's been about it." I wasn't sure if I was relieved or upset by Spire's calm demeanor and lack of disquiet. Had he really not seen any weird shit lately? And if not, why not? Good deal. So, nothing odd or strange, seeing or hearing weird stuff or whatnot?" A thin line of anger flashed across Spire's expression. "Look, man, is this some kind of joke? Why are you asking me all this stuff?" I felt a surge of panic. Either he really didn't know anything, or he was trying to bait me into telling what happened to me. Regardless, I didn't trust him, and I worried that if I kept asking questions and acting freaked out, he might report me, saying I was acting crazy or like I was on something. So I gave up and started backing out of the guard station, still trying to smile. "No, nothing. Just trying to make conversation and doing a bad job out of it. Probably just need to get some sleep." His anger seemed to fade to concern. "Yeah, you look like you're still sick. You sure you okay to drive home by yourself?" I waved the question away as I headed toward the exit. "I'm fine. Just gotta get my energy built back up is all." Pausing, I looked back for a moment to where Spires stood. He was so young-looking, all alone by himself in this place. "Hey, be careful, though, you know, and call for backup if anything does happen." He nodded. "Sure, I will. And take care of yourself, Jack. I hope you feel better." After a day of troubled sleep, I went back to switching off with Spires. He seemed okay, though he kept giving me odd looks as he packed up his bag. As for Oscar, he was late, and again I was considering calling him when he walked in with a wave and a wan smile. I was relieved he was okay and that I'd get to talk to him face to face. It was important to me that we were together when we talked because I wanted to observe his body language and demeanor. My hope was that it would help me judge the credibility of whatever he was going to tell me. It wasn't that I didn't trust him, but whatever was going on, well, I didn't trust anything I couldn't verify, and the only external proof I had of what I experienced had conveniently wiped away. I don't know that I'd believe anyone who came up and told me my story of the prior night, not without some proof to back it up at least. My hope was Oscar would have that proof. Same thing happened to my video. I watched it at the main office, so it's not just this computer here. I even had one of the tech guys try to pull something up from the car, but he said it's like it was reformatted? Oscar nodded. Yeah, that's it. Fucking computers. Anyway, I thought it was suspicious at the time. It just so happens to get fucked up right after I watch it. What are the odds? And after hearing the same thing happened with yours, he sat back in his chair. And maybe it was the gloomy fluorescent lighting in here, but he looked older than I had ever seen him. Not just old, but fragile in a way that broke my heart a little. I had just got through telling him what had happened the night before, and while he looked somewhat surprised and worried about it, his overall lack of reaction was disconcerting. There was no confusion or disbelief. I was apparently just catching up to where he was already, and while I saw fear in his eyes, I couldn't say for sure how much was due to what I had encountered versus what had made him recall it from his past few days at Whispering Oaks. Seeming to make a decision, Oscar scrubbed a hand through his gray beard and leaned forward to catch my gaze. All right, enough stalling. Time to tell you what I've seen. When you got sick, first day of work you missed was a Friday night. I was scheduled to work too, and I just covered that shift in Saturday night by myself. My alternatives was Soldier Boy, and I wasn't in the mood for his bullshit. For the first part of Friday's shift, everything was quiet. Then, about 3 in the morning, I was doing my second patrol of Zone 5 when I saw something. It looked like a light coming from inside of the Red House, not like a flashlight or something, more orangey and wavering like a flame. My first thought was some stupid kid had locked over a lit candle on there while trying to get tweaked or get lucky, and we were about to have a major fire on our hands. I tried calling it in, but my radio was on the fritz, just like you described when you went into the house last night. I had left my phone back here on accident. Stupid thing was dead half the time anyway, so I had to choose whether to go and check it out or ride back to the clubhouse and call for help. I could see my pension going up in smoke with the house, so I decided to head on in and see what was going on. You know how Red House is laid out? Huge front hallway with 2 big rooms off both sides, followed by the hallways that lead off to the 2 side hallways for the 2 wings. Fucking rich people and their wings. And then, in the back, the double spiral stairs going up to the 2nd floor with the door to the kitchen underneath them. Well, when I go in the front door, I had to unlock it, but there were like 8 doors into the house. I see what's making the light right away. It's a big candle sitting on the bottom right stair step. If it hadn't been for how dark everything else was and the way the light reflected, I doubt I would have noticed the light from the outside. And as you know, I can be a bit inconsistent when it comes to doing interior checks once a night. But now that I was in there, it was clear I wasn't the only one who had been in there. For one thing, the place was clean. Really clean. I know they get the crew in once a year to shop vac away the dust and dirt that's accumulated in the finished houses, but the last pass was like 8 months ago, and this place hadn't looked that clean just a few days earlier. Everything was polished and shiny, like someone was about to move in. Second, there was this smell. It reminded me a bit of some kind of spice. I don't know. It prickled my nose, made my eyes water a bit. Third, of course, was the candle itself. As I got closer, I saw it wasn't a real candle at all. It's one of those LCD jobs with a fake flicker. Oh, okay, LED. Whatever. Like it makes a fucking difference. Anyway, it ran off batteries. So far, all a bit weird. But I've definitely seen weirder. I pulled out my stun gun and started clearing the house, starting with the central portion of the main floor. I cleared every room in that area. The front rooms, the bathrooms, the kitchen, the laundry. Then I went up to the second floor of the central portion where the big banquet hall or whatever is. That room was easy enough to check, but the 3 rooms on either side all interconnected with each other, and the big room and the hallway. I gave them all a look, saw nothing out of the ordinary, and moved on. You know the problem with clearing a big house by yourself? It's too easy for people to avoid you if they're quiet and know the layout. You go this way, they go that way. I really didn't want to get stuck deep in there with some junkie toting a box cutter and no way to call for help. So I was going to head back down, grab the candle, and take my happy ass back to the clubhouse where I could call for some help to do a thorough check. Main office would bitch about it, but they'd send someone. When I got back to the stairs to go down, I froze. Where there had been one candle on the bottom step on one set of stairs, now there was a candle on both sets, and in between them, a trail of candles going back through the kitchen door that lay between 2 staircases. At this point, I should have run. I wish I had run, but look, I know I'm not much anymore when it comes to doing this job. I'm old and fat and lazy. No, it's true, and I'm man enough to admit it, but I still care about this job, and there was a time I was really good at it. I stopped a woman from being raped at the shopping mall back in the late 90s, and a few years before you started, I kept a family from being carjacked in the parking lot of that insurance company we service downtown. I'm not a coward, and I don't like people fucking around with our clients' property. And yeah, I was spooked by that point. I knew someone had to be fucking with me, and I had no idea how they had set all those up in the 2 or 3 minutes I was upstairs, much less without me hearing or seeing anything. But the fear, well, it just made me angry, made me want to catch the smart little shit and show him he wasn't so smart. I don't know. I don't think I really know why I didn't leave. I just know I didn't, and that not leaving was a mistake. I went down the stairs slowly, looking out for an ambush, but there was nothing. I've followed the trail because it was clearly meant to lead me somewhere, back to the far corner of the kitchen where the door to the root cellar was. Again, my brain began sending up warning flags, but I ignored them and followed the trail of candles down the stairs. Between the light they gave off and my flashlight, I could see pretty well. The cellar looked empty except for the candles, and I had a moment of relief before I saw something. Didn't look quite right at the far end of the room. The candles stopped a few feet from the wall, and it was hard to see into the shadows past their bright light, but the dirt floor of the cellar looked different there. Moving closer with my flashlight, I saw that it was because the earth was mounded up around a large hole in the ground. Hell, not a hole, a tunnel. It sloped sharply at first, but even at the edge where my light could reach, it had begun to flatten out, and it was big enough for a man to walk through if they just stooped a little. There was no way I was going in there, of course. Whatever all this was, drug runners, escaped lunatic, whatever. I was done with it. I had done my duty, and I was getting to get the fuck out of there. Until my flashlight went out, along with all the candles. Well, not all the candles, because in the new darkness I could see that same flickering light, barely visible in the tunnel below. As I started backing up, sending plastic candles rolling this way and that, I felt a hand grab the back of my neck. That same spicy smell was overpowering now, and when I tried to pull away, I realized I couldn't. I felt a hot breath hit me on the side of my head as this thing holding me whispered into my ear, "Do you come to give alms?" Oscar was gripping his hands tightly as he told me this last, but despite his best efforts, they still trembled a little. Worse was his face, which had grown paler and more weary as he recounted that night to me. Now he sat silent for a moment. I realized it's because he was struggling not to cry. After all that, I didn't remember anything else. It was like you, kind of, except I wound up back outside of a red house in the grass. At first I was confused, worried I'd had a stroke or something, but then I started to remember. It seemed so crazy, like a dream almost. I came back here to the clubhouse and just sat down for a bit. Tried to get my head straight. I wasn't ready to call anybody because I wasn't sure what I believed. And then I remembered the damn body camera. I pulled out the video, and while it was hard to make out, I found the place where I was going down into the cellar. I could even see the entrance to the tunnel, and I heard the voice when the lights went out. I had started screaming there, and it looks like something grabbed my legs, pulled me down into the tunnel. He was crying a little now, his mouth quivering slightly. It ends soon after that. I was getting pulled to some bigger place, I think. And I think they did something to me there. I don't know what exactly. And Oscar stopped mid-sentence. "Don't move," he said in a lowered tone. "There's something down the hall, something small. I just saw it move." His face was perfectly calm now, and for a moment I could see the younger man he once had been. Keeping his eyes over my right shoulder, he slowly eased his baton from his belt. "When I go to move, you dodge hard to the left. Understand? Left." I wanted to ask a question, but then he was raising his arm with a speed I didn't know he had. I went off my chair to the left and looked up as he was hurling the collapsed baton down the hallway. I heard it strike with a loud thud, followed by Oscar cursing. "Missed the fucker! God damn it!" He was already heading over to where he had thrown the baton and then I stood up and followed. "What is it? Did you see it?" He shrugged angrily. It was dark, but it looked like one of those rats you were talking about. I knew pegging it was a long shot, but better than chasing it. I was only half listening to him at that point, because I had found something on the floor near where the baton had put a dent in the wall. Picking it up gingerly, I stepped back closer to the light to see it more clearly. Oscar came behind, asking what I'd found. It was a tiny, yet ornately made, with brown fur finely stitched with some kind of translucent thread. Something similar to dark suede or velvet lined the inside of the ears and covered the nose. There was long whiskers of gray wire and teeth that looked yellowed ivory. The eyes were made of two black oval stones that seemed to flicker with an inner fire. Along the sides, tucked discreetly behind the furry cheeks, were small straps and impossibly delicate metal buckles to secure it in place. Turning it over in my palm, I felt a chill at how much it looked like the animal it was mimicking in its own strange way. It's a mask, Oscar. It's a tiny rat mask. What the hell is going on? Oscar was staring at the small mask in my hand with the mixture of fear and disbelief that mirrored my own inner turmoil. This was all so strange. From the moment to the moment, I could find myself wondering if this was all some kind of extended dream or in an elaborate prank like you see on reality shows where they try to scare people. But despite my wishful thinking, neither seemed likely. This had been going on too long, and it was too real to be a dream. And even the best prank show would have a hard time accomplishing all this unless Oscar was in on it, which I doubted. Looking at the older man's face, it was clear he was terrified. Shaking his head, he looked around the hallway a final time before moving back to the relatively comforting light of the guard station. Well, whatever this is, we know we can't trust this building to be secure either. We're going to have to be on our guard all the time, or just pack up and leave. Oscar scratched at his nose as he looked into the shadows dejectedly. I don't know. That's the best option, honestly. I sat down across from him, both of our backs to different walls so we could see anything coming. I hated the tension and anxiety I could feel spreading across my body. It had become like a growing infection since returning to work, tainting my perceptions and thoughts even when I was away from this place. But I wasn't ready to quit just yet. I knew enough to be scared, but not enough to know how much danger we were actually in. It sounded like both Oscar and I had been abducted in a way, and that was the idea that horrified me the most. But, well, we both seemed okay, didn't we? No signs of us being hurt at all. That, and combined with the strangeness of it all, made me question again if any of this was actually happening. Clearly, if it was all true, we needed to leave. But what if it wasn't? Maybe we had gotten into something toxic on the property that was giving us delusions, or maybe there was some other and less sinister explanation behind it all. I didn't want to take any unnecessary risks, but I did want to understand more before I made my final decision about the job, and I told Oscar so. He eyed me warily for several seconds before nodding. I get where you're coming from, kid, and I'll hang with you, at least for now. But I don't make any promises, and you don't be dumb. A job, money, those things can be replaced. Your life can't. Get me? I nodded back. Yeah, I do. If things start getting too intense or dangerous, I'll beat you out the door. I promise. I don't want to quit if we're being pranked or if there's a simple explanation for what's been going on. Oscar was looking down one of the hallways and didn't respond, so I added, "So finish telling me what you were telling me. Anything else happen after you watched your body cam footage that night?" Letting out a sigh, he looked back at me. Yeah, it did. Like I said before, my card was wiped after I watched the video, just like yours, so I... Wait a sec, I interrupted. Didn't you tell me before you watched the video at the main office, not here? Oscar frowned. Did I? I don't think so. No, I definitely watched it here. I remember. I studied him for a moment. I wasn't sure that he was intentionally lying, but I knew he had originally said he'd watched the video at the main office. How are you sure you watched it here instead of there? What makes you sure of that memory being right? His frown deepened into irritation. Well, first, I'm not a damn idiot, and I'm not senile. I remember waking up outside the red house and coming back here. I remember the camera playing the video, losing the video, and then... Oh yeah, here's the other thing. I was dirty. What I mean is my uniform had dirt stains all over it. I guess from being drugged through the tunnel. That's another way I know it had really happened. And if I had gone to the main office just like that, even in the middle of the night, don't you think someone would have noticed and asked me about it? No, it was definitely here. Licking his lips, Oscar rubbed his cheek and gave me a hard look. Now, you done interrogating me like I'm a criminal? I felt my face grow hot. No, man. I'm sorry. That wasn't what I was trying to do. I believe you. It's just... we don't know what we're dealing with, and the details are important. But I'm sorry if it seemed like I was grilling you. Go on. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the entire truth either. I didn't trust him or myself in this weirdness yet. Not all the way, at least, but that just made it more important to talk through everything. Tell me more. So, I stayed in the clubhouse the rest of that night. I thought about asking Saturday off, or getting someone in with me, even if it was Spires, but by the time I got home after the Friday shift, I was feeling better about it. I don't know why, and it doesn't make sense even now. Maybe I was shock or something, but... Anyway, I wound up going to sleep, getting up and eating a big meal, and then coming in on Saturday night to work. Saturday night wasn't as bad, though there was still strange things that happened. When I was in Zone 6 the first time, I stopped a couple times because I thought I saw movement. I never saw anything else, but when I turned off the engine, I heard a lot of little noises out in the dark. Not just the normal wood sounds we hear out there somewhere, loud, clawing sounds, scurrying sounds. And not just in the bushes or on the ground, but in the trees above me. Now that I know about those rat things or whatever they are, that makes more sense. At the time, it still spooked me enough that I skipped the second patrol of the woods later that night. I felt like I was walking this tightrope the whole night between thinking I had somehow imagined the tunnel in the red house and knowing that I hadn't. You'd think it would upset me, but it didn't. Not really. I just kept steering my mind away from either idea when they got too close. It reminded me of a ship navigating between icebergs. Really something out there to be afraid of? Start watching TV. Going crazy or imagining stuff? Read a chapter of my book. That's how I got through most of Saturday night. The only other strange things I remember from that shift was right at the end. There was this young girl that came up to the guardhouse. Early 20s, kind of pretty. Not used up, looking like a lot of the druggies we normally run across. She came up, knocked on the door of the clubhouse. I had seen her coming up on the camera outside, and it looked like she came from the direction of Zone 3, though it's hard to say for sure. Either way, when I went to the door, I started off by telling her the standard. This is private property, and unless it was emergency, she needed to leave immediately. But before I had even done saying it, I could see something was wrong. She didn't seem hurt or anything, but she was clearly upset. She was asking if I had seen her boyfriend Tommy. I told her I hadn't. Did she know where she had seen him last? Did she think he was on the property somewhere? She admitted they had been trying to sneak onto the property when she lost him. He had climbed the fence to get in, but never came around and let her in or answered when she tried yelling for him. Eventually, she got scared he was hurt and climbed over herself, but he was nowhere to be found. After looking around for a while, she had come across the clubhouse, I guess because she saw my car outside. Anyway, I was going to offer to call 911 when a dude comes out of nowhere. It's Tommy, of course. She runs over to him, asking if he's okay, and he seems a bit muddled, but not hurt or anything. I wasn't too keen on going out in the dark with two strangers, so I just told them to get out and gave them directions back to the gate. After that, I never saw them again. I took a couple days off after that, and since then everything's been fairly normal. I've still been worried about it, of course, but I held off telling anyone about it, even my wife, until now. But I trust you. I trust your judgment. I wanted to see if you had anything happen before I mentioned something. I didn't want to put ideas in your head, and if nothing happened, I didn't want you thinking I'd gone off my rocker. But now it seems clear that I haven't, unless we got some kind of shared craziness. I'm not sure if knowing it's real makes me feel better or worse, but at least I'm not alone anymore. I felt a pang of sympathy for Oscar. I hated to think about him worrying about it for so long, questioning if he was going crazy or not. I knew from personal experience how terrible a feeling that was. Trying to give him a comforting smile, I nodded. No, you're not alone, and we'll figure this out. What do you say if, for the rest of the night, we just stay in the clubhouse and watch the cameras? If something happens where we have to go out, we'll go together and watch each other's back. He gave me a relieved grin. That sounds good. Maybe it's over with and things will go back to normal. I frowned slightly. Maybe, but we can't just assume it'll go away. Are you working with me tomorrow night? Oscar shook his head. No. You get Soldier Boy, I think. I won't be back on until Tuesday, and won't have a shift with you until next weekend. I considered for a second. I didn't want to try the next thing I was planning by myself, but I also didn't want to involve Spires in it. I didn't know how he'd react, and if he hadn't seen anything strange himself, he might think I was crazy. I asked Oscar if he thought he could swap shifts with Spires so he could be back with me the following night. He shrugged.
Sure, should be able to. Spires might not like it, but main office usually works with me on stuff like that. Just for the company, or do you have something else in mind?
I puffed out a breath, trying and failing to get rid of some of the tightness in my chest. Yeah, I think so. I want to go back and check things in Zone 3, see if there's any signs of blood or hair or anything in the house I passed out in. See if we can find where that splashing sound was coming from. And then I paused as I caught his eyes. I want to go back to the red house and see if that tunnel is still there. Not because I think you're crazy or anything, but we need to verify what we both saw. Oscar surprised me by smiling.
That sounds like a good idea, Jack, but why wait? Why don't we go ahead and check things out tonight? I don't mind going with you.
I shook my head. 2 reasons. For first, I want to see if anything else weird happens tonight. If it does, we're safer here than out there. Second, I'm bringing my gun from home tomorrow night. We're not going out in the dark with just a stun gun and pepper spray this time. Rules or no rules. You okay with that? His smile thinned a bit as he nodded. Rubbing his neck absently, he said, Yeah, that sounds like just what we should do. Next night, I brought my .45 Glock for myself and a snub-nosed .38 for Oscar. He looked a little disconcerted when I offered him the gun, only taking it reluctantly when I pointed out it was for my protection as well as his own. After some nervous chit-chat and procrastination, we decided to get started before it was fully dark. We headed over to Zone 3 on 2 ATVs, and I suggested we start with the nearby exterior pool to see if it was the source of any of the noises I had heard. I knew this was it was a delaying tactic on my part, but it did need to be checked, and I was happy to wait a few more minutes before going back in that house. I still found myself looking up at the black bay window as we passed. However, my heart racing at the idea of seeing a face floating there in the dark. This time, however, it was empty. So was the exterior pool. The concrete at the bottom of the pool was broken in several places. I didn't remember before, but I couldn't say if that was connected to anything that was going on. It was an old pool that had not been maintained, and concrete was known to crack. Plus, I wasn't exactly a reliable witness as to the precise condition of the pool, as all I'd ever been looking for when I checked was trespassers and drug paraphernalia. It might have been busted for years and me not notice. Either way, the pool looked like it hadn't seen any water for a long time, and I doubted it could retain much now anyway. So, on to the house. We went up the front steps, and unlike before, I had to unlock the door this time. Pulling out my gun, I turned the knob, and we pushed the door open before quickly stepping in. There was no sign of anyone at first glance, but I still made Oscar go with me as we cleared the entire house. No one was there, and there was no sign of anything being out of place. At least almost. This house, unlike Oscar's description of the red house, was not immaculately clean. In fact, it was covered in a thin rime of dust that had accumulated in the 8 months since the cleaning crew was last there. In fact, the only places where the dust was visibly disturbed was where me and Oscar had been walking in a separate, wide path between where I had seen the woman at the window and where I'd fallen when the rat things attacked me. Looking closer, I saw some much smaller, lighter footprints scattered around, as well as a trail from where I had fallen to the front door. The trail had been largely obliterated by our own new footprints, but I wondered if it was from where the creatures had drugged me from the house. I fought back a shudder as I stood up again, and when I pointed out the dust patterns, Oscar nodded meaningfully. Scratching his head, he sounded somber when he spoke. I guess we should, go find out if there's more to see in Zone 5. On the way over to Zone 5, I felt my phone buzz and saw I had 3 missed calls from Spires. I wasn't sure what his deal was, but I wasn't in the mood to hear him bitch about getting his shift switched so Oscar could work. And if I wasn't picking up his calls in the house in Zone 3, odds are I'd lose him if I tried to call him near the red house, too. He'd just have to wait until I was done with this. The road leading to the red house was already dark when we reached it, and part of me rebelled at the idea of exploring that massive house without more light. But no, I wanted this to be done. I needed it to be done, and I wasn't going to put it off because I was afraid of the dark. So I followed the glow of Oscar's taillights and parked near his ATV. For his part, Oscar was already off the four-wheeler and halfway up the weed-eaten lawn at the red house as I turned off the engine. I almost yelled out for him to watch out for snakes, but then I saw there was little point. The way he was moving, he'd be on the porch in a few seconds. Just like me, he was ready to know what was going on, once and for all. Still, I picked my way through the grass more carefully, shining my light in front of me as I went. Last thing I needed was to step on a rattlesnake or a cottonmouth while wandering around this place at night. Glancing up, I saw that Oscar had already opened the front door and stepped inside. I muttered a curse as I picked up speed to reach him before he went any further into the house alone, and that's when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. It was a car. Spire's car, and it was traveling fast. He came to a hard braking stop next to our ATVs and jumped out quickly, and my first thought was that he finally snapped. He'd gotten pissed about the shift change or whatever and lost his shit. I shifted the flashlight to my left hand as I put my hand onto my belt holster. "Hey, Jeff, what's going on?" He was crossing the yard even faster than Oscar had, and when I turned the light on him, I saw he had the baton out and extended. Feeling a thrill of fear, I pulled my gun. "Hold up there! Fucking stop!" Spires slowed to a halt almost immediately, and when I shined the light up to his squinting face, I saw he didn't look angry or crazy. "Where's Oscar?" He was speaking just above a whisper. And despite the gun I had pointed at him, his eyes were constantly roving the dark house that surrounded us. Something was really wrong here. He's inside the house. The red house. Just went in. Why? Spires glanced at me before looking past the house. "Oscar, he's married to my Aunt Jenny. That's how I got the job. Though he didn't want anyone to know. When he called me and asked me to switch shifts tonight, I said sure, but since I was already out, I decided I'd go visit Jenny tonight. I know Oscar doesn't like me, so I tried to visit when he's not around. Also, he's been acting weird lately, and I just felt like I needed to check on her." I lowered the light to his chest, but I could see in his face the reflected glow. He had been somewhat calm when he began talking, but as he went on, his words grew faster and more weighted by emotion. By the time he started tearing up, he looked like little more than a boy. He fucking killed her! He fucking killed Jenny! I felt the world begin to pulse around me at the time with my thudding heart. What? What the fuck did you say? He wiped at his face angrily with his free hand. Oscar killed his wife. Had to have been him. She's been dead for days. I broke down the door because of the smell and found her. What's left of her? The gun felt leaden in my hand now. Either he was lying or crazy, or he was telling the truth. Either way, I was out in the night with someone very dangerous. But I had to know what he meant. What was left of her? What happened to her? Spires was freely crying now. He's been fucking eating her. She's been hollowed out. Oh God, she's been hollowed out where she's been fucking eating her. I heard something behind me, but a second too late. Suddenly I was slammed to the ground, through the ground, into the black of unconsciousness. I'm not sure how long I was out, but I woke up as I was being dragged through the kitchen of the red house. My head felt like it was coming apart, but I managed to lift it up to see Oscar was dragging me toward the red door of the root cellar. As though sensing my gaze, he stopped and turned to look at me with a ghastly smile. A strip of skin hung down his cheek like old wallpaper, and as he looked up, he idly scratched at the wound. I realized absently that I could see his face because of the ever-shifting electric glow of fake candles that filled the room and trailed down into the cellar below. Meeting my eyes, his smile grew wider as he spoke. Sorry for the little bump on the head, kid, but things were getting out of hand, right? And we still got a lot to check out in the cellar. What? Why? Oscar cut me off with a slight shake of his head as he began pulling me toward the cellar door again. Shh. Save your strength, Jack. I'll help you get down there. But you just have to see this tunnel. It's really something. Let me have a bit to drink, and we'll get started on the next part. But thus far, interesting story. Definitely interesting. Hope you all have been enjoying the story thus far, and we'll momentarily get started on the next part. I suggest you all take this moment to use the restroom if you need, as I won't be taking another break for a few minutes, probably the next hour or so, as I finish this story. So we'll be back in about maybe 2 minutes or so, and get started on the next part.
Alrighty. I think we'll get started on the next part. Hopefully, you all have so far enjoyed the story. Definitely provides a definite creep factor. Alrighty. My name is Jeff Spires. I'm recording this on my phone after waking up in the trunk of what appears to be my own car. I've tried to find a way out, but unfortunately my neurotic need to keep my car clean recently extended to the trunk, and the only tool here is the tire iron beneath the floor. I don't have enough clearance to move the floor or to break through it. Similarly, between my limited range of motion and the unfortunately sturdy design of my car, my attempts to kicking out the back seats met unyielding metal. I'm sweaty and I'm scared, but I'm not giving up. I'll get through this if I can. But if I don't, maybe this recording will. Oscar took my gear from me, but he didn't think about the cell phone, and hopefully he won't later on. I've tried to make calls since waking up, but just like when I found Aunt Jenny, my phone doesn't act right. I was able to call Jack earlier, but calls to 911 or anyone else wouldn't go through. At the time, I thought I needed to warn him more than I needed to find a police station, but now I'm wondering if I made the right choice. Oscar came out of nowhere and decked him, and then he threw me down like it was nothing. I don't know how he can be that fast and strong. Either way, it doesn't matter. I did what I did, and since I don't have any other options to get out of here just yet, I'm going to tell whoever listens to this about what has been happening for the past couple of weeks. Whoever hears this, please, no, I'm not crazy. This is not a joke. I'm taking time away from trying to figure out a way out of here to get out this stupid trunk because, well, I know more people will die if it isn't stopped. So really, listen to what I have to say. My uncle is Oscar Sanderson. He's not a bad man, or never was in the over 20 years that I've known him. He's never liked me that much, but I always understood that. I'm not that easy to like. The main thing was that he was good to my Aunt Jenny and seemed to make her happy. And he was never ugly to me either. Even helped me get this security job, which in hindsight probably wasn't the best thing for me. But at the time, I was really excited. I'd had a hard time when I left the Marines, and this kind of job with its quiet and structure, well, it felt like a real blessing. I tried to work hard at it, and although I wasn't excited about it, babysitting in an old abandoned subdivision like Whispering Oaks, I was happy for the work. I figured if I was diligent and worked hard, it could be the start of a good career with the company. That's part of why I decided to try to ignore this stuff first. You learn in the military to wear blinders when you need to, not to rock the boat. There's always people above you, and most of them are not your friend. You keep your head down and get your shit done and learn who you can trust. When I first got here, I thought I could trust Oscar and his buddy Jack Downing. Jack was an ex-cop, and while he wasn't exactly breaking his back with the job, he was responsible and smart. You could tell he cared about the job, even if he was always a bit standoffish with me. He was also always polite. So was Oscar, for that matter. I realized Some of that distance between me and them was my fault. They had their ways of doing things, and I was the new kid coming in, making suggestions, being critical. So, I started working on toning that down, and I kind of figured in time I would win them over a bit more. But then, a couple weeks ago, the weird stuff started happening. The first thing was one night a couple weeks ago. It was Sunday, and I was working with Jack. We usually swap off patrols when we're together, and he had gone out to check Zone 3. Zone 3 is usually a 30-minute clear, so when he wasn't back in 45, I started trying to raise him on the radio or phone, and no response. I go out to the zone, and after a few minutes riding around, I find his vehicle, and then Jack himself. He's kneeling in the bottom of one of the empty outdoor pools over something, just kneeling on the busted concrete and staring up at the sky. My grandmother grew up in a church that was big on religious trances and tongues, and I remember seeing members of her congregation do something similar a few times I stayed with him as a kid. It was like he wasn't even there. I had to shake him hard, and finally, after about a minute, he came out of it. Looked around a bit confused, then murmured something incoherent with me. I was worried he had a brain injury or something, and I wanted him to go check it out, but by the time we were back in the ATVs, he was acting like himself again. He seemed embarrassed, but was making jokes and excuses. When we got back to the clubhouse, he tried to play it off as a practical joke, but I didn't really believe it. Still, he seemed fine, and by the end of the shift, he was acting like it never happened. The next time I saw Jack, he was coming off the Thursday day shift I was working on. He seemed like something was wrong. Not staring or anything like in the pool, just off. He said he wasn't feeling too well and was going to head on home. I brought up what happened on Sunday and told him he should go get checked by a doctor if he was still feeling weird like that. He had no idea what I was talking about. He wasn't lying or joking. I swear he wasn't. I could have been talking about a trip to the moon we took last week, and he wouldn't have looked any more confused. He had no memory of me getting him out of that pool or us talking about it later on that night. Looking back, I should have pressed the issue more then, but he was leaving. He didn't seem interested in talking about it anymore, and I was trying to stop sticking my nose where it didn't belong. I actually felt a bit of relief when I heard the next day it had come down with a stomach bug, as that sounded a lot more manageable than being fucked up in the head. Still, I kept coming back to what he had said as I helped him to his feet that night in the abandoned pool. The rot is rising, and we will all be blessed to drown in it. I stopped recording a moment ago, both to gather my thoughts and to listen out for any noises. I know what I'm telling is important, but I don't want to get caught off guard either. My best chance of getting free, unless my phone starts making calls again, or I think of a new way to escape the trunk, is to attack Oscar when he opens the lid. He is way faster and stronger than I gave him credit for, but hopefully I can take him by surprise. The funny thing is, even after all that he's done, even after what I saw that he did to Jenny, I don't know if I can kill him. Despite his mild distaste for me, I always respected him. I wanted to get him to like me more. But I have to set my old ideas of him aside. I've known for days he was acting strangely, and I gotta stop rambling. This isn't a diary. I need to tell what I know, not what I feel. Okay, sorry. This is all kind of stressful. So, after Jack got sick, I offered to help cover Friday and Saturday night with Oscar, but he said he had it handled. That seemed a bit odd to me. I knew that Oscar preferred partnering with Jack instead of me, but I didn't think he'd rather work a shift alone than have someone, even me, to help out. Still, it was his call, and I let it go. But then, when I worked on Monday night, I found the couple in the gray house. I always do a quick interior of all the houses every shift, but this mainly consists of just checking the front door and the front hallway unless there's a sign of something being wrong. That night, I was standing in the foyer of the gray house when I heard a girl crying. It was faint, so faint. In fact, at first I thought it might be my imagination, but as I moved deeper into the house, I could hear it more clearly. The sound was coming from down one of the large side halls, and as I got closer to it, I realized it was actually echoing down a staircase that led up to a cluster of second-floor rooms at the end of that wing. Even now, given the distance and the barriers between us, I'm not sure how I heard that girl at all. The room was like so many in those houses. Large, blank, and largely nondescript aside from the bookshelves built into the one wall. What caught my eye immediately, however, was the naked couple huddled on the floor together. When I stepped into the room, the girl looked up immediately, her red face puffy from crying. I saw bruises on her face and arms as well, as my initial idea of having walked in on a couple going for some adventurous sex began to turn into some sort of crime. Was she being held against her will? Had the man assaulted or raped her? But she clearly was afraid of me, not him. And for his part, he was laying on his back in a kind of stupor as he stared blankly into the ceiling. Were they both victims here then? The door hadn't been locked when I came in, had it? If not, why didn't they just leave? All these questions in just a handful of seconds, but I knew I needed to say something to calm the girl down. Miss, I'm not here to hurt you. Are you all right? Is he? She began to cry again, her face strangely contorted as she bared her teeth at me. We know you're with him. Don't let him hurt us again. You leave me and Tommy alone. The way she was acting, the way they were both acting, I started thinking more and more they were on something. It didn't mean they didn't need help. I needed to be careful. Miss, I'm not going to hurt you or Tommy. I want to help. Who hurt you? Who did this? She squinted at me and let out a little terrified laugh. Oh, you know. She turned and shoved Tommy, who was beginning to rouse, looking around with an expression that reminded me of Jack a few days earlier. I felt my control of the situation slipping, and so I went ahead and I took out my phone and started to call 911. I only took my eyes off them for a second, and when I looked back up, they were charging toward me, knocking me down. I immediately began to roll away, grabbing for my stun gun as I struggled to get on my knees. But she was on the back of my legs, and suddenly Tommy had me in a bear hug from behind. The girl slid off my legs and walked on all fours around to face me. Her face now tight with an angry, insane smile. It'll get you too, you know. I can already smell it on you. You'll slide down with us all. With that, she ran her tongue up my face and crawled away out of sight. A moment later, Tommy had pushed me back down on the floor, and they were gone. When the police arrived, I just told them I had found a young couple in the house naked and that they had been acting strangely, that they had run off before the cops got there, and I didn't know where they went. All of that was true, but it wasn't the whole truth. I kept part of it to myself. For the same reason, I didn't tell Jack more when he started questioning me a couple days ago if I'd seen anything strange. I didn't know who to trust, including myself. If it weren't for the fact that I'm pretty sure I'm really locked up in this trunk and that I found what was left of poor Jenny's body tonight, I'd lay even odds that I'm just going crazy. And maybe I am, but if I am, I think the world is coming along with me. Either way, wait. I just heard something. The latch just popped. Someone opened the trunk. I've listened to my recordings again to transcribe them. And what I'm writing now is the beginning of my account of what followed my time in the trunk. As with all of this, it's not perfect. But it is my best effort in remembering and telling so many impossible but true things. And we'll start with something very true and very impossible. What I saw when I opened the trunk. There were 4 small creatures, 2 of them raised up on their hind feet, waiting for me on the asphalt of the dark street. In the glow of the overhead moon, I could make out their silhouettes and even some finer details, but what I saw made little sense. They look like large rats, but different, fake somehow. I shined the dim light of my phone screen toward them and let out a small gasp. They were all wearing some kind of armor or clothing to look like rats, ornate and glittering. It would have been amazing if it weren't so horrifying. Worse was what lay beneath the armor. Pulsating, hairless skin of pink shot through with deep black that glistened in the meager light. And then there was the one without its helmet. Its head was bare, revealing a smooth oval lump, punctuated with twin sets of black eyes on each side, and a narrow nose that flared out into a mouth, not unlike pictures I've seen of lampreys. I was trying to hold back my terror long enough to find the best way to clear the trunk and the monsters, hopefully without them touching me with their jeweled claws or the fleshy tendrils that likely lay beneath, when the one with the bare head spoke, gnashing that terrible mouth together to somehow produce a soft but intelligent voice. "There's nowhere to run, boy. There's rot in you already. But there is also slim hope, if you will stand fast and listen to what we have to offer." The thing that has twisted Oscar and has Jack. The thing that has infected you with its myriad corruptions, and though I see you want to deny it, we assure you it is true. You are tainted. That thing, among other names, is called the rot. It is a force of decay and chaos in entropy older than this world. This was the start of my conversation with a group of small monsters dressed in rat armor outside the Red House, and for whatever reason, most likely shock or my mind finally coming free from whatever moorings it had left, I wasn't bothered by the fact I was so far into the dark of this terrible night that the twin lights of what was normal and what was sane is little more than faintly glowing ghost marks in the distant, hollow black. Instead, I was only concerned with understanding. If I was going to help anyone, I needed to know exactly what in the fuck is going on. So, it's like an alien? The spokesman shook its fleshy head in a vaguely human fashion. No, not alien. It is from this realm of creation and has always been here since the stars first flared into life and began to die. In many ways, it is far more natural to this place than we are. Its voice was rough but delicate with nuances of thought and emotion woven through every word and phrase. Listening to it reminded me faintly of some music that can provoke deep feelings, though its voice wasn't very melodic. Still, when it spoke next, tiny figure or not, I couldn't help but feel a small thrill of fear and awe. These creatures were small, but they were powerful, important, and the anger and contempt in the leader's voice was not to be taken lightly. But just because it is natural does not make it good. In the contrary, it is one of the most destructive forces. To the contrary, it is one of the most destructive forces in the infinity of your universe. I frowned. Why? How? What is it? Just rotting? Everything rots, right? How is that fucking up these guys? Swallowing, I added. How is it tainting me? The tiny creature folded its armored claws together in front of it with solemnity. It is not the normal decay of matter or energy we are dealing with, Jeff. This is an entity, a being of great power, and an impeccably malign will. In many ways, it could be thought of as a lesser god, though it has few that worship it for one simple reason. It does not rely on belief for its power, and it takes what it wants by force. The rot, despite its perennial and ubiquitous nature, always hungers for more. And while its existence may be natural, its tainted touch is not. At its core, it is a defiler. It spreads its influence here and on the infinite other versions of here, through the cracks that it finds. Places and people and things that are lost or abandoned, forgotten and forlorn. It gets into their hearts and twists them into something far different and far worse, into slaves that serve whatever purpose such as a old, wretched thing might have. The small creature put out a clawed hand to its chest. We are not from here, but many of us have made these worlds our homes and seek to protect them if we are able. I raised my hand, and when it nodded, I asked, "What are you, a good alien or something?" Its shoulders shook as it chortled slightly. We are not from another planet. No, we are from another realm of existence that is commonly called Incarnata. Those you see before you are just one of a multitude of various kinds that inhabit that place. Some good, and some evil, though with implied understanding that These are frequently arbitrary terms of limited subjective value. As for our own moral alignment, I can put it like this. It pointed a fur-covered glove toward the red house. We oppose the rot, and the harm it would do to this world and to those that live in it. Since time out of mind, we have fought to stem the tide of its growth and corruption, and rest assured of one thing, Mr. Spires. Whether we are, or may be, there is no sane or accurate definition of the rot that does not describe it as truly and objectively evil.
I'm not a bad guy, Jack. Really, I'm not. Am I the best person in the world?
Oscar shook his head, beads of sweat slinging off him as he moved.
No, can't say that I am. Am I the best husband?
He let out a small and nasty laugh as he cut his eyes towards me.
Well, I guess that's a matter of perspective. But I know there's an argument that's eating Jenny like a cantaloupe. Was in bad taste, at the very least.
He paused, fixing me with his eyes again as he sat down on an outcropping of packed earth nearby.
Not that Jenny tasted bad, mind you. She was damned delicious, but if you don't mind me bragging on her a bit. Hell, if I had known what kind of good eating I was missing out on, I might have done it well before I got taken to this place for the first time.
This place was a hollowed-out earthen room sitting in the middle of a nest of tunnels that seemed to run under the property, or at least Zone 5. I had only gotten terrified glimpses of other tunnels as I was dragged past them, but I know I saw more than 10, which led me to think they were deep and widespread. My guess was that the room Oscar had taken me to was somewhere between Red House and the Gray House, but that was only a guess. What was certain, even with all I had encountered recently, was that that room was the most horrifying thing I had ever seen. The walls were of brown earth packed tight and rammed through with roots and writhing worms, as though most of those were on whatever was covering much of the bare dirt. Thick, oozing slabs of what looked like rotting meat were just pressed into places here and there along the floor, walls, and ceiling. All of it covered in a clear mucus viscous that seemed to bind the corrupted flesh together. And between the smell from the meat and that fluid, I began gagging 30 feet before we even reached the room. As we cleared the threshold, my horror and revulsion at my surroundings began to dull my nausea as my understanding grew. This meat, much of it was made from people. Among the tufts of animal fur and snouts, I could see a hand or a foot or even a face here or there. A couple of them I even recognized as derelicts or junkies we had run off repeatedly over the past few months. Had Oscar done all of this? As though reading my mind, Oscar's smile widened.
No, I can't take credit for all this. The rot doesn't like to dirty its hands too much. That's what it's got people like me for, you see. But it is capable of quite a bit, and I know a lot of this seems strange to you, crazy even, but that's just because you haven't gotten to really see what all the rot can show you. It's told me about those nasty little things we've been seeing skittering around, how they're trying to interfere with everything. He ran a finger appreciatively through the slime on a nearby wall before licking it with closed eyes. With our development. My head was still throbbing. But I craned my head up at the last. Maybe I could get him to tell me something. I could exploit something that would help me escape or convince him to turn me loose. You mean the rats? Oscar chuckled. Yeah, the rats. They're annoying little fucks, but that's okay. Now that we have you back and in this place where the rot is strong, we can correct the damage they did and get you back on the path. The path to what? My old friend looked genuinely surprised. Why, the path to enlightenment, of course. Trying to look casual, I braced myself and then shot up. I knew from my struggle down the length of the tunnel that he was somehow too strong for me to fight, but my hope was I might escape if I caught him by surprise. I hadn't made it to the edge of the room before I felt an iron grip clamping down on my shoulder and spinning me around onto the ground. Oscar towered over me, his eyes dead as he met my gaze. Enlightenment, as you might be figuring out, is mandatory. How do I stop it? I was tense and ready to go, and while I realized I needed to know what the little creatures were telling me, I could feel time ebbing away, and my chance to help, to save Jack and Oscar might be ebbing right along with it. The spokesman lowered its head slightly, and when it spoke next, its tone was sad. You can't kill it. And you can't stop what's coming, but you can stop its progress here. For it to develop real powers in a place, the rot has to cultivate and inure anchors here. It has attempted to use the mentally ill woman who had taken shelter in one of the houses. It made progress until we found her and stilled her suffering. Unfortunately, your friend Jack walked in on that, though, be it through coincidence or the rot's artifice. For it is a terribly clever thing. It had already planted the first seeds in the three of you as well. With Jack, he resisted the corruption to the point it made him physically ill for days, though the rot would still take him in the end. Oscar succumbed to the inurement very quickly, but hid it very well until recently, when it was too late to stop it. I interrupted. So you can stop it? Stop it from fucking us up, I mean? The creature let out a small sigh. You? Yes. Your exposure had been minimal, all things considered. Jack, it remains to be seen, but we will cure him if he survives, and he is not too far gone. As for Oscar, no. He is wholly tainted now, a true anchor of the rot in this place. It is through him its powers is most concentrated here, and by his destruction its power must be quelled. I wanted to argue, but I knew it would be a waste of time. I didn't think they were lying or trying to trick me. I was too ignorant to even know if they were. So I I just had to decide if I would blindly trust these things, these creatures that seemed to be offering the only explanation and solution to this nightmare. Making a decision, I gave a short smile. Okay, I'll trust you. As I don't have a better idea of what's going on or what to do, but what do I need to do? How do I stop him? Just go in and kill him? The spokesman shook its head.
No, you would lose that fight as you are now. Your own body and mind would rebel against you in the rot's presence. First, you must be cured, and the time grows short. Come closer and kneel.
I felt my mind breaking as Oscar loomed over me. I couldn't make myself get up again or fight back, or even trying to close my eyes failed. It has control of me now, and it wanted me to see everything. I stared in horror as Oscar shook off his clothes to reveal his pale, flabby torsos and quivering thighs, all glistening with thickening, translucent liquid that was beginning to look less like sweat and more like whatever ichor was binding together the rotten walls around us. As if in confirmation of this thought, his skin began to blossom in dozens of places with dark sores that quickly puffed up before rupturing and sending black pus oozing down his body, the trails it left sowing new rows of the same sores. I tried to scream as some of the pus fell onto me. It burned into me. But I had no voice. Only my eyes and my mind and my ability to feel. He was a garden of weeping, festering wounds now, but his transformation wasn't over. As he leaned closer to me, a dark line appeared down the middle of his face, his torso, and traveled on to his groin. Then that line deepened and split as his body spread wide over me like a burst pea pod, revealing not blood and organs, but mounds of turgid, gray, fresh, infested with thousands of green-gray worms. These worms milled and ate and writhed restlessly for a moment before stopping, as though they sensed the new meat below. And that's when they began to fall on me. First in ones or twos, then in dozens, hundreds. I couldn't move it. Dear God, I couldn't stop them. I couldn't stop them from burrowing beneath my skin. The small creatures circled me, taking off their gloves to reveal tiny pink hands of the same mottled flesh as what I had already seen. The spokesman explained that the way they cured someone of the rot's influence was by taking it on themselves. It was dangerous, and some of them always died in the process, but their kind had the ability to resist the rot until its influence faded away. As I kneeled and placed my hands on the asphalt of the road, they immediately bent forward and put their small, cool hands on mine. I felt a difference right away. Much of the fear and doubt I was having, while not gone, seemed lighter somehow, more manageable, and I also felt new feelings rising in my chest, anger at what the rot had done, and hope that it could still be fixed. The spokesman seemed to sense my feelings. and warned me to temper them, to not become reckless or lose sight of what was important. Our goals were to destroy Oscar and save Jack, if possible. If not, if the inuring process had gone too far, he would be killed as well. I finally asked a question that had been fluttering in the back of my mind like a troubled bird since first hearing of their plan. Why? Why did they need me? If they had managed to stop the woman in the house, why couldn't they stop Oscar by themselves? They explained that the woman, while past saving, was not fully inured and not yet an anchor for the rot. Even still, several of their numbers had died, stopping her. But Oscar, hiding in the nest that the rot had built there, would be much more formidable. It had already managed to hide Oscar's corruption from them longer than they would have thought possible, and they could not underestimate it again. They had to assume the odds would be against them if they fought. Much less if Jack had been converted as well. That was why it had to be ended, and ended right now. That was also why the time for questions was past.
Mr. Spires, we took the time to explain because you needed that knowledge. So, there is no doubt, no hesitation when the time comes for you to act. But if you don't go now, all may be lost. The rot will know we are coming, and our only advantage is if we reach those men before it is fully ready.
I recovered Jack's discarded handgun from the overgrown grass in front of the red house, but its weight gave me little comfort or confidence as I walked up the steps and through the front door of the house. I had little doubt that, unbelievable as it all was, the creatures outside were telling me the truth. I even trusted their promise that they would be there to help when the time came, foolish that it might be. What I feared the most was that they were right, and that the rot couldn't be stopped, and that our hope of even slowing it was slim, because underneath all the things I heard in the small leader's voice, the intelligence, the kindness, the determination, the righteous anger, I heard something else. Desolate fear. Pushing the thought aside, I made my way carefully across the front hall of the house, following the flickering glow of electric candlelight coming from the kitchen. I could see faint marks on the floor where someone, most likely Jack, had been dragged through. Someone jumped on my back as I crossed the threshold into the kitchen, presumably from some impossible perch near the ceiling. I staggered forward at the new weight as a pale hand shot into my view, swiping the gun in my hand onto the floor, and that's when I heard a woman's voice hissing in my ear.
"Get him! Tommy! Get him! Now! Now!"
Tommy, the same dazed man I had seen a few days before, came charging out of the shadows with a fire axe. He still looked terrible, and his eyes were glazed, but this didn't slow his movements as he raised his axe to prepare his blow. I didn't have time to get the gun, and I didn't like my odds trying to fight him off with her attacking me from behind, so I did what I had done just moments before. I knelt. The axe blow shook me, even with the cushion of the woman's body on my back. I screamed in pain as she dug her fingers into my neck before suddenly releasing me. It had been as I had hoped. Whatever Tommy's status with the rot, his reaction times and judgment had not yet recovered. I looked around and saw that Tommy was freeing the axe dispassionately from where he had buried it into his girlfriend's back. Rolling forward, I grabbed the gun and moved into the crouching firing position before putting 2 rounds into his chest. As the echo of the second shot left my ears, he slumped down next to the woman. I took a moment to check them both, guns still at the ready. They were both dead. So, unless the rot could resurrect them, which I couldn't honestly say was impossible given my ignorance, I was clear to move on. After a second of consideration, I grabbed up the axe and took off their heads just to be safe. Their attack made me more jumpy, and I struggled to calm my nerves as I went down into the cellar and then the tunnel at its far end. But there were no ambushes, and while I hated being in the tunnel, I took that space of relative quiet as I moved forward to try and steady myself for what was coming, for what I would have to do. I approached several intersections of tunnels, always wary of some potential horror that might be spawned from their darkness, as they didn't have a candlelit path the way my tunnel did. The existence of the path itself troubled me, while the intermittent line of candles matched the drag marks I was seeing. It also made me wonder if I was just wandering into a trap. Still, what alternative did I have? I had a mission, and I had to complete it in the fashion most likely to ensure success. So I continued on, hunched and moving at a quick pace, always checking behind me and trying not to gag when the first waves of stench hit my nostrils. Yeah, I was headed to the right place, all right. It all ended very quickly. One moment, Oscar was over me, split open, and raining down worms that immediately began tunneling into the meat of me, clouding and twisting my thoughts with every thrusting bite they took. And then there was a loud bang, followed by several more as the Oscar thing staggered back and began to let out a terrible squeal of rage. I couldn't move beyond shifting my head slightly, but it was enough to see Jeff Spires coming into view, gun held high as he unloaded more rounds into the monster. He was hurting it, but not enough. It was still standing, and as he emptied the clip, it began lurching toward him. And that's when the cellar came down above it, a small swarm of brown figures falling with the chunks of earth and rotten flesh, landing on Oscar. They began tearing into them, and then this had a more profound effect than any bullet had. His scream became one of fear and pain as he flailed around, clawing and pounding at the creatures as they ripped him apart. One by one, they began to fall, but Oscar fell as well. And that's when Jeff stepped forward again and began striking him with the axe. 2 blows, his head was gone. But he didn't stop there. He continued to chop at the body, even as the 3 remaining rat things came over to me. One of them showing a horrific face not hidden by a strange rat mask like the others wore. I was scared of these things, but less so after all I had seen. And then the unmasked one spoke to me in an almost musical voice.
Jack, you are at a precipice. We are not going to hurt you. We are going to try to save you if you can be saved. If not, you will have to be destroyed so you don't become like Oscar. If that happens, it will be done humanely and quickly. Do you understand?
I was already feeling some control returning to my body, and I weighed the creature's words carefully. I wanted to do the selfish thing, refuse, argue. I tried to escape or fight, but I knew it wasn't the right thing. It was the thing the dark part of myself wanted, encouraged by the wicked things that were eating their way toward my heart. I needed to be fixed or killed before I got worse, before I became like him. Oscar had one thing right, though. My job wasn't worth my life, but more than that, my life wasn't worth my soul. I nodded and laid my head back on the soggy ground beneath me. A moment later, I felt 3 sets of small, cold hands on my arms and face. At first, I thought it was going to kill me. The worms halted on their journeys into me, began thrash and bite, and for the first time, I found my voice to scream in pain. I distantly noticed that the sounds of just dismantling Oscar's body had stopped, and I heard him ask if I was going to be okay. There was only silence as a reply. Slowly, though I couldn't say how long it really took, I felt the pain subside as the darkness in my mind and heart began to lift. When it was done, I still ached and felt weak, but I was able to sit up. More importantly, I felt normal again. Better in some ways than I had in weeks. Looking first at Jeff, who was watching me quietly as he wiped slime off his arms, I told him thank you, before looking down to thank the creatures that had cured me like they promised they would. It was then that I saw that only one, the one without the mask, was still standing. Are they dead? It nodded.
As you mean, yes. The corruption in you was great, and curing it takes a great toll. But that is as it must be. Nothing is worn without sacrifice, and every time we thwart the rot, the sacrifice is made worthwhile. Now, rest. You still need much healing, and the rest of you have to do on your own.
Despite my alertness just moments ago, I felt myself suddenly, terribly drowsy. Sinking back down to the ground, I soon found myself being carried farther and farther from the terrible shores of that place, and that night, on warm tides of sleep. When I awoke, I was in a hospital, back in a world that was familiar and safe and sane. In my gratitude, I wept for a little while. After I pulled Jack from that place, I went down and coated it all in gasoline and set it ablaze, along with the clothes and shoes I was wearing. As they were ruined, I had a spare set at the clubhouse. The spokesman, the only survivor of their fight with Oscar and the curing of Jack, said that the blaze was sufficient, but I went ahead and burned down the red house too. Fuck that place. I carried Jack back to the clubhouse, got dressed, and waited outside the car for the police and ambulances I had called to arrive. I felt a little surprised when I looked over to see the small creature I called the spokesman standing nearby. Apparently, it had found its mask somewhere, for as I watched, it
tucked it casually under its arm as it looked up at me. I asked if it was over, and it told me it was never over. I asked if our part was done, and it said we had succeeded in thwarting the rot in this place, in weakening its hold. As for whether my part was done, that would be up to me.
There is always more work to be done, Mr. Spires. Whether your part is done or not lies within your own heart. If you ever choose to fight against the growing tide of the rot again, call me, and we will come if we are able. Be warned, however, that help, like everything else, is never guaranteed.
I let out a short laugh. I'm sorry, but I've never been this scared my entire life. I've been in some shit, but this... No. I doubt I'll ever be fucking with this kind of stuff ever again. It gave a small shrug.
As you will. You did well tonight. Better than many would have in your place. Perhaps that is enough.
I was surprised to find I felt conflicted. Well, tell me your name at least. I don't plan on ever calling for you, but, well, just in case. I glanced up at the red heartbeat of emergency lights starting to appear near the front of the property. It made a short chortling sound.
You are interesting, Mr. Spires. I like it. As for my name, it is Rila. If we do not meet again, I wish you well on your path.
I looked away for a moment as the ambulance pulled up, and when I looked back, Rilla was gone. It's been 3 months since that night. Jack was taken to the hospital and treated for his various injuries, including inexplicable trauma to his internal organs. We were both questioned intensively regarding what had happened to lead to us both being injured, a house being burned down, and 2 people turning up dead. Due to Jack's condition, I gave my statement first, and I largely told the truth, with some changes to keep myself out of jail. I said that Oscar, my uncle-in-law, had gone crazy and killed his wife, and when I learned about it upon visiting her, I was angry and went to confront him at work. He attacked me and Jack, and he must have killed the young couple, Tommy Peters and Jessica Fortesky, at some point during the night as well. As for what happened to Oscar, I didn't know. That lie was a calculated risk, but a good one. As I had set that underground nest of rot to burn, it began to collapse in on itself, and before I was done in the cellar, the tunnel had done the same. The earth was still obviously loose and sunken, but there was little sign that the tunnel had existed there before. If they went digging, I doubted they'd find more than a few cheap LED candles for their efforts. When Jack was able to talk, he was initially very careful in what he said. His old cop training and reserve kicked in, I guess. But at some point, it became too much for him. He talked about Oscar attacking us, but he also talked about magic rats and evil worms and all kinds of stuff. Well, it sounded insane to anyone but me. So he was transferred to a mental health facility for treatment, and I was told not to leave town. I took to visiting Jack every few days, and his parts of this account were taken from the journal entries they had him write as part of his therapy in there.
I think he needed to write it down to get it out. But once he told it, I told him he needed to let it go, lie to the therapists. So slowly shift to agreeing with them and acknowledging him. It was just a fantasy his mind made up to deal with the incredible shock and strain of all that happened that night. Lie convincingly and consistently, but not too quick or they suspect something. And it's worked. He's scheduled to be released to an outpatient program next week, and I'm actually going to pick him up. Strangely enough, we became good friends through all this. Not everything has been positive, however. My view of the world is it's so much different now, darker and filled with terrors I never knew existed before. When I go past an abandoned lot or a ride through a dying town, I wonder. When I see someone on the street that looks lost or filled with some uncommon anger, I'm afraid because I know what seeds can be planted in such fertile soil. So I watch for the signs, always asking myself what I'll actually do if I see the sign of the rot. Will I run? Or will I try to stop it? And in the first few days, my response may be one or the other, depending on when the question was asked. But lately, I find myself looking for it more, taking routes I normally wouldn't take, driving around late at night. I tell myself it's just to clear my head, to decompress, but I'm not so sure. I may never run across the rot again, but if I do, I think I'll try to stop it. Or if not stop it, I correct myself, but at least thwart it for a time. It feels like a worthy thing to do, the right thing to do. And if I fight the rot again, I don't think I'll be fighting it alone. And that was the end of that story. Nice story, I would say. It was very well written, very descriptive, filling everywhere. It's very, very well done. I hope you all enjoyed that story. Let's see. Okay, well, we still have a few more stories we can continue to read. We'll just get started on the next one. This story is written by Jgrupe, titled, "I picked up a hitchhiker by mistake, and now he's in control." They say the devil is in the details. Well, the truth is, in the details too. You can tell when somebody is making up a story. When the details just aren't there, or when there's way too much of them and they don't quite all fit together. That's why I can't tell anyone about this. Even if I wanted to hold back, it's been so long bottled up inside me, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from saying everything. And if I did that, well, they'd cart me right over to the nearest asylum, probably in a wheelbarrow. No sense wasting valuable unleaded gasoline on a complete lunatic, after all. I'd like to think all of us have a story that will never tell another living soul. These moments in our lives when something so
unexplainable and irrational occur that we try to tell ourselves it never happened, or I must be remembering it wrong. Sometimes just 20 minutes after the fact, even though we know that's only wishful thinking. I guess what happened to me wasn't quite as scary as some of the things other people have experienced. Alien abductions, astral projection, ghostly visitations, and a whole long list of other weird phenomena, all of which fit quite nicely outside the realm of what most people consider reality. I'm not sure if the hitchhiker fell under any of the above categories. I don't think he does. Somehow, I think he's something else to get all together. But who knows? Anyway, since I can't really tell anyone this story, since they may decide I'm completely crazy if I do, I'm going to just write it down, and then I'm going to hide it somewhere. No one will find it until I'm good and dead. Maybe I'll just throw it out to sea in one of those big corked bottles. I don't mind people judging me as crazy as long as I don't have to deal with it. I don't want to get locked up in some little padded room in a jacket with no sleeves, being force-fed a dozen brain tranquilizing pills every day. No, I like my fresh air, and, well, freedom is nice too. So, time to get this off my chest, at least as best as I can. When you keep something like this inside for too long, it starts to eat away at you. It started with the nightmares, the same one over and over. Back in the car with the hitchhiker, and he's smiling at me with all those crooked, plagued teeth, his black and purple gums. He's smiling and laughing because I can't stop the car. He's driving the car. I try to roll down the window to escape from the dead and rotting smell of him. That smell like old garbage mixed with something else, undefinable but still vulgar and rancid, like nothing I'd ever had the displeasure of breathing in before. But the window is stuck. The door handle is jammed. He's speeding faster and faster and flying around the turns, forcing me to hold on or lean clumsily off balance into the deathly smell of him. And the whole time he's talking, chatting about anything he can think of that's mundane and boring, as if he doesn't notice I pissed my pants, or that I'm trying with all my being to get away from him. As if he doesn't see me banging the passenger side window with my elbow all bruised and aching, trying to get it to smash so I can crawl out and tumble onto the highway to my almost certain death. No, he just keeps talking about the weather and how it's not heat, it's the humidity, and how he really appreciates the ride. And as he smiles, I can see that his teeth are not really teeth at all, but just masses of wriggling maggots jammed together, but still squirming, alive and feeding. And his gums are not really gums, but fat pink worms instead. He leans closer to me as I notice this, and he laughs. But of course, that wasn't what happened. Dreams can mix up the details, but they usually manage to create a sense of surreal realism that makes details seem not to matter. In reality, it was me driving. Not that it made any difference. I had no control over anything that day. The steering wheel in my hands did nothing but give me false assurance and bravado akin to any young man in control of a speeding car, unaware of the patch of black ice just ahead. I was driving through the county, not for any particular reason other than just to get out of the house, get some fresh air, and listen to a CD I had just burnt. I was as far out into the country as my usual route took me, driving down a bumpy dirt country road which led to the paved one-lane highway back to the city. I turned right towards town when I saw him. He had his thumb out and was obviously in need of a ride. Now, I'm not one of those people who like to think the worst of everyone. But in this day and age, I'm a little paranoid about picking up just anyone in my car. I mean, pretty much everyone I meet on a day-to-day basis seems slightly to all the way crazy to me. And why would I want one of those fucked up strangers in my car with me? So he can pull out a knife and carjack me? Or bore me to death with unnecessary details of his life? No, thank you. Maybe 30 years ago, not today. People are just too fucked up these days. Also, I like my time alone on my country drives. It gives me time to think, and I find that I actually do some of my best thinking behind the wheel of a speeding automobile. I've come up with some of my better ideas on my country drives. I didn't want this smelly stranger getting in the car and messing up my chi, or whatever you want to call it. So I continued driving. As I passed him, I saw that I had made the proper choice. His clothes looked like they hadn't been washed in years. His faded blue shirt and pants were dirty, stained, and wrinkled, and I was fairly certain I could smell him even from inside the car. His hair was mangy, looked oily and unclean, sparse on top of his head. His weathered and worn face looked like that of a 70-year-old heroin abuser, and his sharp, bird-like features reminded me somehow of a gypsy. And he was smiling. An almost invisible smirk of a smile, but a smile nonetheless. The overall impression I got from the man was indefinitely creepy. He looked like he had been standing there for a while, waiting for me. I drove by with a glance in my rearview mirror. He turned as the car passed him, still smiling and holding out his thumb, despite the fact I didn't want to give him a ride and there were no other cars around. Then, although I can't be sure, it looked like he brought up his index finger and flicked it against his thumb. The second he snapped his fingers, my car lost all power. The speedometer needle began to drop down from 60 to 50 to 40 to 30 until I was stopped and pulled over to the side of the road. At that moment, I was already more than a little bit scared. But when I glanced back in the mirror, I saw the hitchhiker walking towards my car, and then my heart really began to hammer. I could feel the beat of it throbbing in my neck and forehead. And then it seemed like my heart seized up for a moment, and I had to calm myself down with gentle, soothing thoughts about how everything would be all right. It's just a hitchhiker. He wasn't some demon, just a friendly old man who needed a ride. The snapping of fingers and my car's sudden meltdown, well, that was a little weird, but maybe I had just thought I had seen him do that. Maybe it was just my shitty car being its shitty self.
Hello. Thank you for stopping. I was waiting for a long time.
I jumped a little when he spoke through the rolled down window on the passenger side. It seemed like he should have taken longer to walk the distance to my car. I could have sworn he had been a good 100 yards away when I looked in my mirror just moments before. A lunatic thought swirled around in my head like a brief cyclone, then was gone. Demonic visages in the mirror may be closer than they appear. Rear view mirror warning label from hell. You might need to wait a little longer, I said, pretending this was a normal human being, although even then I was clearly sure that he wasn't. My car broke down, it seems like. It just, I don't know, it gave out on me. He opened the passenger door and took a seat, as if I had invited him to. He kept his leg hung out the door casually, and for that I was grateful. Maybe he would take the hint and leave me alone, after all.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. Cars these days are very reliable.
In a voice that probably sounded similar to that of a snake telling Eve that the apples were really very tasty.
Most of the time you can just turn it off and turn it back on again and it'll be good as new. Give it a try.
I never heard of any such practice, but I was intrigued enough and frightened enough by him to attempt it. So, as I turned the key, he snapped his fingers and said,
"Bingo, bango, tango, just like I told ya."
It took me a moment to realize that it had worked. The needles on the display all bounced up from their nap and swayed gently to their accustomed positions. The engine once again purred like a 20-year-old cat with laryngitis. I sat in stunned silence for almost a minute, checking and double-checking all the easy-to-read vital signs of the car, but no oil light on, no gas light or check engine light. The car was the same as it had been before its sudden failure. I looked over at the man. His door was now closed, although I hadn't heard him shut it or even seen him shut it. He had a look on his face which seemed to say, "How about we get a move on now?" His eyes looked impatient, like there was something on which he was late for and didn't want to miss. I decided to avoid any unpleasantness or awkwardness and just give him the ride into town. I was heading that way anyway. So, whereabouts you headed? I asked, like the dutiful driver of any hitchhiker is supposed to, at least according to what TV, books, and movies had always taught me. He seemed to consider the question for a moment as I pulled back onto the road and picked up speed. Finally, he said, "Just up this road a stretch should be fine. I'll let you know when to toss me out. Thanks again for the ride. I really appreciate it, kid." I hadn't been called kid by anyone in about 10 years, but I decided to let it slide without a comment. "No problem. I'm heading this way anyways," I said.
"And yet, you didn't want to stop for us."
He said it without any emphasis or enthusiasm. I wasn't sure what to say back. I thought about just pretending that I hadn't heard him, but I decided not to. Although I did pretend that I hadn't heard him say us. "Yeah, sorry, you know how people are these days. I wasn't sure if you were all right, or I don't know. I mean, who knows? Not that you look like..." I stopped speaking at that point, unsure of how exactly to continue on without insinuating he looked like the dirty, crazy old gypsy junkie that I originally thought him to be. How nice that would have been. If only he had been an average, everyday lunatic like the rest of us.
Don't worry about it, he said. And I thought I detected a hint of anger in his voice, but maybe it was just impatience. He looked over at the speedometer needle. I was driving roughly the speed limit, maybe more. Who am I kidding? Probably a lot more. I might have been going 90 kilometers an hour. I'm not sure. He put his hand on the dashboard and seemed to caress the dirty thing with his fingertips. Immediately, the car started to accelerate. Even though my foot was not pushing down any harder on the gas, I could feel the pedal falling away from my foot, instead as if I had been increasing the speed using cruise control, but of course I wasn't. So at that point, pretty much without any doubt, I had of him being something other than human being left my mind. I felt a few moments of sheer panic at the thought that this thing beside me was perhaps going to steal my soul or take me down to hell or who knows what. Of course, my first thought was to slam on the brakes and then throw him out, get as far away from him as possible. But how could I? If he had control over my car as much as it seemed, what was the chance of me being able to stop even if I wanted to? What if he got upset that I wanted to throw him out? Did I really wanted to test the patience of this apparently magical being? I decided to just go with it. Sure, I was scared shitless, but what can you do when you're hijacked by a mystical, spell-weaving hijacker, other than take him to his destination, wherever that might be? Then a new kind of terror struck me. Where on earth, or otherwise, did he want me to take him? He had said just up this road a stretch. How long was a stretch going to be for this thing? Would I be driving him up some never-ending highway into oblivion for the rest of my life? But no. The highway was still the same. It was just the same old Highway 6 heading back into town. The houses and trees and fields, which had always been there, were still there. We hadn't been teleported into some other dimension without my knowledge. People were still riding tractor lawnmowers around their large country lawns. Dogs still running playfully through fields as we passed by. A sweaty cyclist battled his way up a steep hill ahead. The world was still slowly turning as it should have been. A really nice day, isn't it? I asked the question, trying to sound steady and sure of myself, but it came out sounding scared and unsure, like the squeak of a baby squirrel trying to make small talk with a hungry eagle. Fine day, he said, and pulled a dirty brown satchel from under his seat. I hadn't seen him carrying a bag before, when he was standing by the side of the road or when he had gotten into my car, yet there it was. It was a disgusting looking thing, stained and worn and torn like his clothes. He reached inside and felt his way around, apparently looking for something. As he was feeling around inside the bag, I couldn't help but notice a few strange things. For one thing, there seemed to be sounds coming from inside the bag. Some were odd enough, like the unmistakable sound of a rattlesnake hissing and shaking its noisy tail. But then there were other noises as well, strange and alien sounds, which were unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Cold and distant noises that somehow sounded alive and in pain. Small, childish voices squealing and screaming, perhaps cursing in
foreign languages which I had never heard before, but sounded almost ancient, like maybe ancient Greek or Phoenician, maybe. I'm not sure. He reached further into the bag, and I saw he had his arm in up to his armpit, despite the fact the bag was far too shallow to allow for that. Apparently, it was a little deeper than it appeared. And just looking at him like that, disappearing into this strange and impossible bag, made my head hurt. It didn't make any sense, and yet there it was, no more than 2 feet from my face. His head disappeared briefly into the bag, then came back out again like a magician.
Just, looking for something, he said, as he glanced over at me, and realized I had been staring. Of course, that made me realize I hadn't been paying attention to my driving. I looked back out to the windshield, quickly, expecting to see us heading into a ditch or into an oncoming car, but the car was still in its proper lane, straight as an arrow, rolling its way toward town.
"There it is," he said, and pulled something out of the bag. He took the colorful little thing and hung it up from my mirror by a string, as if it was an air freshener. It bounced up and down and swayed from its string, and I found my eyes being drawn to it despite my newfound remembrance that I was driving. It appeared solid at first, but then began to droop and then blow. It was like the bubbles inside a lava lamp.
"Hope you don't mind. It stinks in here a bit, doesn't it?"
He seemed to be talking from a great distance away. I thought I saw him put his bag under the seat, but it seemed unimportant now. The colorful, dancing thing hanging from the mirror seemed to be the only thing in the world at this point. I stared at it as it oscillated and swayed and bounced. It seemed to be speaking to me almost. Not in words, but speaking nonetheless. As I stared at it for who knows how long, I began to notice he was right. It did stink in the car. It was a horrible, rancid smell, like a sewer mixed with something else, like rotting food and rotting flesh. The spinning, colorful thing hanging in my mirror told me not to mind, to simply stare. And so I did. I stared into the colors, and they began to swirl together, forming new colors, ones I had never seen before. The new colors began to glow and hum and whisper to me. They told me to watch, to listen, to sleep. They assured me I would be fine. The car would drive itself, and so I did as the colors commanded. At some point after that, I couldn't say how long, the hitchhiker put the bright colored thing back in his bag. My eyes followed until it was out of sight, and then I snapped back to reality like someone hypnotized. I realized with a bit of uneasiness that I had been drooling a lot. I wiped the warm liquid off my face and neck with my sleeve and yawned. It felt suddenly like I had been awake for a long time, and yet at the same time, it seemed like I had just awoken from a long nap. It was very backwards feeling, which I found to be wholly unpleasant. And then that horrible smell still permeated the car and seemed to have intensified. I tried to breathe through my mouth, but the stink still found its way into my head. The hitchhiker seemed not to notice, though. He was sitting in the passenger seat with his little grin. I looked out the windshield and I realized the thing I initially feared had happened without me even noticing. We were no longer on the highway, which I recognized and remembered so well. The road we were on looked nothing like that quaint country drive. For one thing, this highway was a big 4-lane job, like an expressway, except this freeway was empty. There wasn't a pair of headlights or taillights as far as I could see. There were no more farmhouses or fields lining the sides of the road either. Instead, all I could see at the side of the road was blackness stretching out to the horizon. I had realized abruptly that the sun had gone down. The sky was dark and starless and filled with black purple clouds which lit up occasionally with loud crashes of thunder. I turned my headlights on. The road ahead became brighter, and as soon as I did, I saw the shadowy shapes which were everywhere on the highway. Thousands, maybe millions of them were moving in the same direction as us, roughly at the same speed. The shadowy shapes were somewhat human-looking, at least for the most part. A few looked far from human, though. It was hard to see them clearly. They seemed to waver and shimmer like mirages. I noticed they were all looking back at me, with the glare of my headlights creating an evil shine in their eyes. They stared at me angrily for a moment until the hitchhiker reached over and turned off my headlights for me. "Keep those off," he said. I decided to listen. It wasn't like I was driving the car and needed to see where I was going, after all. I looked ahead at the road again, and the shadow creatures were gone, disappeared back into the darkness. With no light to illuminate them, they blended back into the utter blackness of the night. I looked far ahead to where we seemed to be going. In the distance, the silhouette of a dark city stood out on the horizon. There were large buildings and skyscrapers, but none had a single light on. The shadowy skyline was barely visible against the dark purple clouds in the sky. The usual glow which shone into the sky above most cities was absent here. The city seemed to be draped in darkness. When I looked up, I could see no stars. "Is that where we're going?" I asked the hitchhiker, my voice quivering with nervousness. "That's where we're going," he replied. I sat uncomfortably for a moment before asking, "Is it hell?" "No. Hell is one town over." I looked over and he was smiling the same humorless grin that he had been wearing at the side of the road. I wasn't sure if he was joking, but decided not to ask him to clarify. It wasn't much of a stretch to imagine hell being very near to this place of shadowy forms and unholy hitchhikers. I noticed he was looking out his window and shaking his head as if he were astonished. He looked straight ahead again and said, "There sure is a lot of them this time around." "What are you all doing here?" "Why am I here? I don't belong in this place." The words came out almost involuntarily. He was silent for a little while, and I thought he wouldn't answer, but then he said, "I needed you to take me here. You can go once I reach my destination." "How am I going to get back. I don't have the slightest clue how he even got here. I couldn't help but wonder if maybe he had overlooked that aspect of the journey. After all, he wouldn't be around to hang the colorful air freshener up again.
Once you drop me off, head back the way we came. When you see the lights, head toward them. Look into them. Listen to them. They'll tell you where to go.
That sounds a little fucked up. I couldn't help but sound skeptical.
Well, either that or you can stay in the city with us, he said as he smiled broadly.
His teeth suddenly looked very long and sharp.
Or I could let you see inside my bag for a little while.
He began to reach under his seat. No, that's all right. I'll take my chances with the lights.
As you wish,
he said, no longer smiling quite as broadly. We sat and drove in silence for a while as the city grew larger and got closer. I began to feel dwarfed and small as we approached the buildings, and I realized they were much bigger than even those of New York or Toronto. By the time we were entering the giant city, I couldn't even see the tops of most of the buildings anymore. They just seemed to fade away into the fog of clouds. As we rolled further into the Black City, the highway turned into Main Street. I could faintly see the shadow things moving along the sides of the road. Some huddled together in groups, but mostly they walked alone. Many of them turned to look as my car drove by, but then quickly went back to what they were doing. The closer we got to the center of the city, the worse the smell in the car became. I had already put my shirt over my nose, trying to block some of the stink, but now even that was becoming futile. I began to feel like I might pass out as every breath I took seemed worse than the last.
You don't want to do that,
the hitchhiker said from beside me, as if he had read my mind.
You don't want to fall asleep here. You'd be better off in my bag of tricks.
He looked at me like maybe I should reconsider his offer to get thrown into his bag of screaming horrors. "Yeah, I'll be fine," I said, hoping that I meant it. A few moments later, he was giving me terse directions, saying left or right and pointing hastily, and I had thought that he was in control of the car. I began to wonder if maybe it was all in my head, if maybe I could easily turn around right then and head back the way I came. Either way, I decided I would need to get rid of the hitchhiker first. Might as well take him all the way. As we got farther into the Shadow City, the hitchhiker seemed to sink into deep thought. He cupped his chin with his right hand, rubbed at his whiskers thoughtfully. He began making little pondering noises like and I considered asking him what was on his mind, but decided I probably didn't want to know. A little while later, the hitchhiker told me to stop and pull over the side of the dark road. I did as he asked and pulled over in front of a very large building. The shadow things were milling around outside like patrons lined up for a busy nightclub. A few of them wandered over to my car and gawked inside, trying to get a glimpse of us. They pressed their dark faces up against the glass of the windows and stared at us all while making strange, whispering noises.
"Well, this is it."
The hitchhiker reached under his seat and pulled out his bag. I wanted to say something along the lines of goodbye or Get the fuck out of my car now, please. But couldn't quite find my voice. I managed a very feeble wave instead. He seemed to be deep in thought as he reached for the door handle. He grasped it for a moment, then took his hand away. "You know," he said, "on second thought, I hope you don't mind terribly, but I think I'll keep you. After all, it's so hard to find a ride sometimes. I'm just so sick of hitching." It took me a moment to realize, to figure out exactly what he meant, but when he started opening his bag up again, it became clear that he meant to throw me in there. Somehow I would fit. I would live the remainder of my life as a prisoner in his little canvas bag with no bottom. I would become one of the wretched, wailing voices screaming for freedom from the depths of this demon's travel bag. I heard these voices getting closer as he held the opening of the bag up to my face. I felt myself getting sucked into it, stretched out like an unlucky astronaut falling into a black hole. For a horrible instant, my face was inside the bag, and I could feel my neck and body following slowly after. Inside was darkness, but the darkness was hot and sticky and oppressing, and from everywhere came painful wails and agonizing screams. It sounded like 1,000 individual voices, all begging and pleading to be allowed to die. If not for one of the voices, I would have joined them. One voice rose clearly from the dark fog and managed a raspy, parched sounding, "Run!" I yanked my head out of the bag painfully. The hitchhiker looked at me impatiently. His eyes began to dance and shimmer as he held the opening of the bag over my head. As he lowered it, I tried not to look into his eyes. I tried to find the door handle. He began to speak in a low rumble, mumbling ancient-sounding incantations under his breath. "Mbajora visra yambra barkra." The more he spoke, the more I wanted to be in his little satchel. It began to seem like a very inviting and pleasant place. The wailing and moaning and screaming from the bag was still audible as he began to lower it over my head, but it seemed far away and unimportant now. My fingers found the door handle at that point, and it took me a moment to remember why my hand had been searching for it. "Pull!" the voice inside the bag screamed. "Pull! Run!" I pulled the door handle and catapulted out of the car. I ran without looking back. I ran through the darkness of the city, the shadow things watching me go. I let my sense of direction lead me back to the way we came, hoping that my memory would find my way out. My feet pounded the road beneath me. With eventually decreasing force, still I ran faster and longer than I had ever had in my life. I ran until my head hurt and my heart felt like it was going to beat right out of my chest. I ran until my throat stung and my legs were like dead wood. The air started to stink less and less as I got farther from the hitchhikers. Still, it felt like I was running a marathon through the smoggiest, smelliest city on Earth. I didn't really think I was on Earth anymore, though, somehow. As I got closer to the edge of the city, the shadow things began to approach me more candidly. They got right up to me and spoke their strange, mumbly language in my ear. They tried to pull me, tug my arm, and urge me to go with them, but their black tendril arms slipped and passed through me like smoke. When they noticed this, they would leave me alone suddenly and then disappear down the streets into the darkness of the city. Finally, I found the wide highway leading back home. I ran down it, watched over my shoulder as the vast city got smaller. It took a while, but after about half an hour, it was beginning to fade into the distance, enough for me to feel somewhat comfortable walking. I was still scared enough that I wanted to keep running, but my heart and legs and throat just said no. I kept picturing the hitchhiker speeding up the street and toward me in my car, laughing maniacally, ready to run me down or capture me. I put my hands on top of my head, trying to alleviate the pain of a bad stomach cramp, and walked along the shoulder of the strange highway. I tried not to think about the fact that I would probably never see my little shitbox car ever again. It was unreliable, yes, but it was a car. There was no way in hell I was going back for it, though. After a while, I began to see what I thought were stars appearing in the sky. They shimmered and twinkled and began to illuminate the road where I walked. The more I looked at them, the more they looked like colorful things the hitchhiker had shown me. They danced and swirled and floated around like fireflies. The colors of them swirled together to make new colors, and they began to whisper. I kept walking and watching them, and the lights got bigger and bigger until they covered my whole vision. The colors blended and bled, and the whispering got louder and louder. Finally, I could no longer walk. I sat down cross-legged on the side of the road and just watched the lights. All the strength seemed to be gone from my legs. As I sat there and watched, I fell asleep and awake at the same time. The lights whispered not to worry, that everything would be okay. All I had to do was give myself over to them. I listened and obliged and felt a passing over back into our world. The light which flooded my vision quickly became blue, and I realized it was the sky. I was lying on my back on the gravel shoulder of Highway 6. The sharp stones cut into my back, so I sat up. I looked down at myself and saw I was covered in brown dust. A car sped by, going well over 100, and honked his horn at me angrily. Someone yelled something out the window that I couldn't quite catch. Usually, that might have aggravated me a bit, especially with the long walk I apparently had ahead of me, but not that day. I was so glad to hear the voice of another person and be back to this beautiful reality that I hissed the dirty gravel shoulder of the road, not even wincing when I noticed the dead and mangled roadkill possum not 3 feet away. I got up and walked over to the grass beside the road and laid down on it and rolled around like a puppy. I hugged the ground, thinking again of the inside of that dark bag and all the voices which occupied it. That could have been me for the remainder of my existence, I thought to myself. And who knows how long that might have been. And I remembered the ancient-sounding tongues which had risen up from the bottom of the bag. Those voices had sounded the most viciously angry, the most insane. I got the feeling that being inside that bag extended one's life, probably indefinitely. The thought made me cringe. I felt a horrible guilt that I hadn't been able to help those poor lost souls. They had helped me. I tried not to think of an eternity living at the bottom of that dirty and waterless satchel, but it was impossible not to. I got up from the grass and walked back to the shoulder. It'd been a quiet day on the little highway. There hadn't been another car since the one that had driven by and yelled at me. Then, a few moments later, a car appeared over the crest of the hill, heading my way. It twinkled and shone white in the sun. The hum of the engine and the sound of the tires on the road got louder as it approached. I brushed the dirt from my clothes as best as I could and stuck out my thumb. And that was the end of that story. Definitely a great story. This one, again, just in case you did not hear, was written by Jgrupe. All their information is, once again, listed in the description. That way, if you enjoyed the stories, you can go let them know how much you did enjoy them, and maybe support them in however you want to. Perhaps maybe you can convince them to join us here with the asylum. I mean, we do need more writers. I don't have quite enough yet, not to fulfill those plans, but it'll be soon enough, I'm sure. So, in case you have missed any part of the live stream or showed up late, remember, I do leave the streams up on my channel. You can also direct friends or family to listen to them in case they're unable to make our visiting hours. We've finally reached the end of our time together this evening. Visiting hours are now over, and while I hope to see you all here again, perhaps I can convince you to be permanent residents at the asylum. I am Beyond 5150, and I wish you all wonderful nightmares. Good night. Sleep well, and just ignore the screams.